this Saturday. Finds everyone doing well. I'm gonna do no, Roxy, you can't hear. Not here. A little colder today. This weather's been a little creepy. Not everybody enjoys it, but it's odd to have it be this warm at this time of year, so I think we're getting back to, a little chillier. We're gonna open these windows, and we'll kind of try it out as the day goes. It feels a little dark in here, so we'll be paying attention to that. This is our 2025 council focus session. We appreciate council's ongoing participation and allowing staff to present some of the highlights this year. The agenda that you have in front of you, much like when Jeff Romine and I teased, that was a forecast, which is incorrect. So we have modified not the topics to be covered, but the time. So we wanted to ensure that there was flow. So one piece of the conversation goes into the next. We also appreciate the community being here. So as we begin, I'm joined by my partner, Nancy Rogers, Anna Bertanzetti, Dan Casey, Jeff Romine, Danae Brouillard, our new Economic Vitality Director, Robert Smith, and last but certainly not least, Graham Clark, our new Finance Director. The approach this year was one of building on the conversations that we've had for the last 3 years. Next slide, please. So we are stable. Oftentimes people see the word fragile. I remember I used it in early on my career in leadership, and it didn't go over well. And the person identified that I was calling them fragile, when in fact, it's the environment that we find ourselves in. This is a highly volatile circumstance, and it probably will be, not unlike it has been for the last 4 years. So the filter that's different as we look at this year into the subsequent years is we need to ensure that it says 5 years of structure, but it's really taken us, the development of this leadership team and a very specific skill set from each of us. Intentional decisions are generally the most difficult decisions because they create the choices we make. And a decision is different than a choice. A decision is something that comes personally how we're going to attack or approach something. Choices is how we move as a body and a community based on those level of decisions. The last 3 years have been structuring, inventorying, memorializing, capturing a whole host of data points and information that we've always had, but we haven't had them collectively in areas to make data-driven decisions. In order to make a data-driven decision, I know it's a term that everybody's kind of throwing around right now. Data-driven decisions take skill, determination, and discipline. They are not made lightly. For the implications of those decisions are then built into the structure and help to make all future decisions. It becomes the filter through which we make subsequent decisions. The community had agreed with council at the last community survey. We'll talk more about that this afternoon, that we're rolling out the next one. That fiscal sustainability was the #1 goal. We'll talk through the morning and into the afternoon that has been the beacon for which we have attempted to make solid decisions to create the situation we find ourselves in, which is stable yet fragile. So we're continuing with the three buckets. Council's well versed with these. Community, if they've been following kind of the transition over the last 30 months, are also familiar with these, and that is critical obligation and mandates. Critical functions is the subjective part. Council and staff have been working hard to be able to define what a critical function is. Obligation and mandates are much less subjective. Obligations are the host of agreements legally that we have made, business development agreements, HOA agreements, financial agreements that have varying degrees and phases of when it becomes part of our books. That's also been the last 3 years. Once you inventory them, we've always paid them, but we haven't used that information to make future decisions from a collective component until about 24 months ago. So we're continuing with the critical, the mandate, and the obligation. So as we move through these slides, you'll see the finance based on those additional buckets. Similar to what we talked about in 2023 and 2024, the conversation is no different in 2025. We are looking at reallocation, not reprioritization. So we have a finite pot of funds. It is not growing. Expenses are. The reallocation piece means if anything additionally is added that costs money, time, effort, or energy, from a staffing perspective or dollars, something else must be removed, thus reallocation. That's the most unfun part of any one of our jobs, yet it is the most critical piece to having that discipline to be able to do that. Next slide, please. Today is not about the enterprise fund. We just want to get that off of the right from the start. We're going to have 7 conversations through the year about the enterprise fund. What we're talking about and focusing on today is the general fund. General fund is stable. Enterprise fund is not. We've worked over the last 2 years, 36 months, to do the same level steps, creating a repeatable process that has fidelity, and it's understandable that we have the same elements with our enterprise fund. We've made adjustments, as the community and council knows, over the last 3 years to pull various levers to right size where we are now, where we're going, and how to make those data-informed decisions from a financial perspective. With what we heard back from the community loud and clear from a staff perspective, that our ability to communicate is key when we're talking about the enterprise funds. We heard from every one of those workshops that we did that we need more transparency, we need a repeatable process. We need to understand what we have, where we're going, and how we're going to pay for it. Each one of these requires a different skill set from team members. We are reorganizing our public works department to accommodate these various skill sets. We've finalized it. We'll be introducing that within the next 2 weeks in order to accommodate not only a growing community, but a growing complexity that is required from all things enterprise. Water isn't just turning on your faucet and flushing your toilet. It's all of those other non-sexy, high-cost, long-term planning obligations that need to be met in order for us to be a strong, sustainable community as we move forward. So you can see here that these are the various steps. We're including 4 touch points with council for updates. Those updates won't be a manager's update, nor will they be a kind of a typical memo that we go through. It will be a a thorough look at where we are right now, the steps that we've taken, and then incrementally, no surprises by the time we get down to our, the draft budget in September. I can tell you that part of the reorganization for Public Works is we're dividing the houses. So we're gonna have a wet half, utilities, and then we're going to have a dry half, which we consider to be, well, dry. So all of those that don't require, kind of the underground pieces. It's been very, it's been a process, skill set wise, I'm not trying to be coy on my words, I just want to choose them wisely. For this reorganization effort among Public Works, we have a lot of very senior members of the CCOB family in Public Works. It's what makes Public Works strong, viable, resilient, and a high level of customer service. Those conversations that we've had over the last 9 months have not only included how do we deliver the service better, how do we ensure that the community comes on the knowledge journey with us? Not only how do we make those decisions, but how do we take care of people that have been honored and valued for doing something a certain way a really long time and doing it well. So it is a process that we've gone throughout all of the divisions of Public Works. We are now ready to solidify the org chart and begin movement in that particular direction, allowing those individuals, including Director Rudd, to really focus on how do we solidify over the next 3 to 5 years what the primal, basic, fundamental delivery of water looks like for Broomfield. So we will have, April is the first quarterly update. However, we will be rolling out the reorganization to council. I promised staff that I wasn't gonna do this today, so I'm not going to. Within the next 5 weeks. So that by the first quarterly update in April, we'll be introducing you to the wet half of the team as well as the dry half, and what each one of those skills, obligation, and mandates where they fit. Next slide, please. So the person-to-person purpose and objectives today. Jeff Romine is going to provide us an economic update, not unlike the mayor who presented her state of the city. We all come out of that state of the city and equally agree that nobody delivers the message better than Mayor Castriota. And while we want to be, it's going to be an inflection today of positive and upbeat, but also the critical nature of today isn't a jazz hands kind of focus session. Today is a here's where we are and here's what needs to come next under these circumstances, and should they not, then additional decisions and conversations need to be had. Anna's going to walk us through a development update and a summary of anticipated housing projects. We know that as we move into 2025 through 2030, housing is going to continue, as it is for every community, the state and the nation, to be an enormous conversation with inflections of social justice. We're not going to talk about that today. What we're talking about today is the cost. So that we're all very well aware of when we make these decisions, it's not just a one project, It's a cumulative effect, and that impacts what comes next. Status report on our unaudited, Mr. Clark is going to walk us through that. 25-26 budget projections, are the overview of outstanding debt. Jeff and I had, and Graham had additional conversations yesterday. We'll be making a pretty exciting announcement as we move into refinancing the First Bank Center debt. Staying on the path to pay it off in 2030, but we had to refinance that so that we could set the rate. And we also don't have collateral anymore because there's no building. Not only is there no building, there was no revenue coming in. So generally, when you refinance your homes or your mortgage, your home is your collateral. So our collateral is our word and the history that we pay when we say we're gonna pay. And we've done the last 5 years since 2019. We'll talk more about the catalytic projects, but we have done nothing but pay off. And so we'll walk the council and the community through on what the, man, and I knew that I was, what's the D word?
The fees.
The fees. Ah. Had I not had asked that question, you all would have said, look at, she really knows her stuff. Defeasing the amounts of the bonds. We are planning on taking on additional bonds, 2 for the enterprise and 1 for the police building. We'll talk more about that as well. We're gonna finish the day with an update of timelines of 2025. Seeing what this team and staff, and thus the council sees for every council meeting is enormous. There is no more capacity. There's not financial capacity and there's not staffing capacity to do additional efforts or projects or work. That's where we get back to the reallocation rather than the reprioritization piece. We need to continue to stabilize. Stabilization is about a 24-month effort. That is the focus. It's not an outcome. So we're not going to do a bunch of things and then focus on being stable and see how it goes. Strongly recommending that stabilization comes with structure. Structure comes with decision-making, which comes with intentional direction from council to staff. Next slide, please. So we need to understand where we are. And where we are is because of the decisions that we've made historically. Where we are because of decisions. It hasn't been a super fun yes council. It hasn't been a super fun time on staff because saying no is difficult. It doesn't make people feel good generally. So you try to add in what the outcomes of being disciplined looks like. Being disciplined is what we're going to begin to feel over 2025, 2026, and into 2027. And then it's going to feel good, all of those other decisions, just much like working out consistently. Nobody really wants to do it, but then when you start feeling those effects and you see what the outcome is of being disciplined, of what you put in your mouth and how you treat your body, our community is no different. We talked about this before. It really has been 3 years of not executing on the structure, but developing and building the structure, through which the lens is, regardless of what happens on this side, whether it's development or a new policy or a new project, the filter through which we view is what is recommended then to council. And then the implementation begins. So it's a different view and filter than we've had in the past because we get closer to build out. All of our predecessors had less risk and more opportunities to say, if we make this decision, we're going to be able to have an opportunity because of the cushion that we have for more development, different development, more homes, more commercial. As this community, our 34 square miles, as we meet that 40% open space goal, being mindful, we've had this conversation for the last 4 years, being mindful of what happens in that area that is left to be developed. We will see more infill development. The state has indicated, as has council, that the density becomes more of an effort. And with that, how we approve and spend our time, effort, and energy on those spaces that are left become more critical than they were even 5 years ago. Anna will talk a little bit more about that as we move through the conversation, and Jeff certainly will, as we move into the catalytic developments and what that means for us. So we're in this juicy spot. The best thing about Broomfield is we're mindful. And the most difficult part about Broomfield is that we're mindful. So utilizing that to be cognizant of our fastest growing populations, which is seniors. And as I look at the mayor, because though that population is, I own my bias. That is my filter through which numerous conversations are had, and we haven't had to, from that demographic perspective, really begin to look at what the next 10 years looks like. So we have new development, infill development, and redevelopment. It's the first time for our community to be experiencing all three of these levels of development simultaneously. What that means for a staff perspective is those skill sets required to build and develop. Once you finish with the pre-planning part, all permits look the same, the development process looks the same, the approval process looks the same. But what happens after the approval, depending on those three different development areas, are vastly different. So we need to adjust from a staff perspective before that begins to occur. So we're not constantly being reactionary. That's part of stability. Obligations. I love the word obligation, and at the same time, I don't like the word obligation. Obligations are on that front end, much like mandates. Whether it's a state mandate, whether you agree or whether you disagree, we have to do it. Majority of mandates, whatever the next level after majority is, like 98% of mandates don't come with funding, whether it's federal, whether it's state. And so how do we accommodate and absorb those ongoing mandates? Jeff and Danae are going to talk a little bit about the, it's not an elephant in this room, it's an elephant that's sitting on top of the state of Colorado, $1 billion USD, probably more than that, deficit that the state is trying to figure out. Why is that important for Broomfield and every other community? Because our community and our residents that rely on some of those programs, and I don't just mean social service programs, I mean federal funding programs, the support system programs, they will fall to local governments to ensure that those services are continued to deliver. Ensure is the operative word. How are we going to fund this? That's another piece of the volatility, which goes back to that initial statement that I made. We're stable, but we're fragile. We're fragile not only because of the decisions that we make, But equally important are those decisions that everybody else is making for us that we have to absorb. So the decisions that we make internally have to have the opportunity to, again, not just absorb, but make decisions about, no, not now. Yes, we'd like to have that, but we can't do it right now. Yes, that's super exciting. We can't afford it right now. Or, yes, this is important enough that we're gonna push A, B, and C so that we can afford this. Next one, please. Like all local governments and like the state, policy decisions impact who we are, what we look like, what we spend, how we are treating our residents, our various populations within our residents, and being mindful of the dollars that are attached to each one of those policy decisions. There are implications every time a policy decision is made. At the end of the day, we'll go through some of the policy decisions that staff is working on that goes to the level or lack of level of additional capacity. It's built again on that premise that we are close to build out. So when we talk about diversification of funds or increasing the level of funding, we need to be really mindful of that shift over the last 24 months, and it's in our key performance indicators under our sustainability, fiscal sustainability, and that is the only direction that our credit rating is going to go is up, which means we're true to our word, we're walking our walk, we're paying off what we need to pay off, building additional capacity. We're not touching our reserves. Reserves are not meant for programs or projects. Reserves are meant for catastrophic events. We're also shifting from the new to the asset management. We have to take care of what it is that we have right now. People, places, and finances, and all the non-sexy stuff, which is enterprise. Non-sexy stuff, which is the HVAC, the heating, the plumbing, the doors, safety in each one of our facilities that are 25 to 30 years old. So part of those key performance indicators are council telling staff, be mindful of this percentage and how we track to what degree we're influencing that percentage between asset management and accumulating new. That comes with those are what brings us to the reallocation and not reprioritization. So what the kids are saying now, it's crispy. This is a crispy issue that require not just being mindful, but it requires action. And it's between the being mindful of what we should do and actually doing it. That's where the crunch lies. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, we have to have a budget that reflects that balance. Instead of chasing the new and saying yes and yes and yes and yes, and then you balance the checkbook, we're going to talk about the long-range financial plan today. Long-range plan was generally done 8 years apart. We've updated in 2021. We're updating it as we speak. Mr. Romine will go through in detail what that update looks like, the timeline and the process, and the importance of what that means. So it's not that you're not doing the work in between those 4 years or those 8 years. Our team continues to set the repeatable process, have informed decision-making, make recommendations based on the data, having that asset management after coming through the year that all of us weathered last year, and this is primarily for the community, having that jump in water rates was a stake in all of our hearts that live here. And it's that difficult, driving, heart-wrenching decision to do that. There is not an end in sight from the enterprise fund and not having increases. Part of this year's journey is being transparent every opportunity we get with regards to that enterprise funds, that we will continue to see an increase. Part of those lessons learned help us understand one of the most important things a local government does is land use. Because what goes on that land dictates 3 decades, oftentimes, of what happens. And the revenue generation, we've updated the house chart. Mr. Romine is going to talk about that in just a minute. The cost of services for a Broomfield house for us is about $4,300. The amount of revenue that we bring in per rooftop, there's a gap of about $2,200. That gap is where our commercial development comes in. And if we are not cognizant with every decision that we make moving forward on transitioning commercial to residential, that ratio is going to not only be out of balance, but the cumulative effect of past decisions and any future decisions will have a dramatic long-term effect. Next slide, please. Happy to introduce Jeff Romine. Jeff has transitioned over the last, we've been talking about it for 2 years now, which is why Robert is on staff now. Like anything else, and like the discussion that we had on, excuse me, Public Works, when we get the opportunity to be able to understand what the future looks like and ascertain the best skill set that an individual that has worked for Broomfield possesses and offers, we need to be an organization that is adaptable enough to foresee that change. Mr. Romine is an excellent example of that. We now are able to have Jeff focused, and he brings a whole new juicy light to the CMO, I can tell you that. He reminds us that we aren't massaging hearts, and that music is good and fun is good. We're the only community other than Denver that has an economist. And so I liken Jeff to, he loves it when I say this, but like a 67 Mustang that is cherry, that's sitting in your garage that you just can't wait to drive, but you don't know how to drive it. And I have learned over the last 4 years of how to fully execute and open up in 5th gear to the capabilities that Jeff has that adds to our community. So as we move through this, Mayor, if it's all right with you, however council wants to do the questions, or if there's something that piques, please don't wait until the end, and we can talk about it right there. Again, we have all the resident experts that are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I think, after seeing Rich Wilkins' update at the chamber, state of the city and all member meeting, there's a lot of volatility with things we don't control. And it's almost impossible to predict the future when we don't know if tariffs are gonna go into impact, which would impact our CIP budgets and all these things. So is this more of a snapshot in time as the way things are now? And then, because we really don't know what's gonna happen.
There's 2 slides about what we know, and then I think there's 47 that are trying to accommodate what we don't know.
There's 47?
No, I'm kidding, I just pulled that number.
Remember there being 47.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the community, council members, thank you for allowing me to spend another Saturday with you this year. And now I think everybody wants to go out and drive whatever car you have in your garage. But unfortunately, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the economy. Real briefly, and this is referencing back to the mayor's comment, as part of this introduction, and that is for many people, you just saw with Globacon and the mayor talk about both the local economy and a little bit about the metro. Luckily for us, we've got our slides, our technology people figured out how to get our slides to full scale. So some of the numbers will be in here, Mayor, but I'm not going to go into the same depth. I'm not repeating what was said. I'm just going to highlight a few things for those that didn't attend. But I will talk in the comments about what we do and don't know. So you'll hear that because it's really critically important. Next slide, please. So oh yeah, sorry. This slide, I didn't bring all the slides in. So effectively, and this is always important, is to know where we are today. We are a community of just short of 77,000 persons. That was as July 2023. We always use state or federal numbers where we can. And so that was for July 2023. We've been growing roughly 1,500 people a year. So in truth, we're probably a community of about 79,000 right now, maybe a little bit higher, but we want to always state what we know for sure and not necessarily speculate. There are 41,000 people of those residents that are working somewhere. Now, I will reference that again. That means they're working somewhere of our residents. That could be in Denver, Boulder, out of their own homes, but nevertheless they are. About 85% historically have traveled to other communities, and about 85% of the employees that are working for Broomfield firms here are coming or attached to. So the old way that people used to talk about it was because we all went to work 4 days, 5 days a week. We talked about it that way. Now, people are attached to a firm, but they may only show up 1 day a week or 5. So therefore, it is a little bit different in how the Census Bureau and other federal agencies will be able to give us that data in the future is something that we'll explore in the next year or two, I'm sure. And again, about 36,000 people are driving in occasionally, but many every day. So companies like BAE Systems, which is former Ball Aerospace, those employees generally are coming every day. As you may have heard, Vail has encouraged and is requiring their workers to come in generally for at least 4 days a week. So it varies all the way across. In various conversations we've had with our businesses, anecdotally, we see everywhere from 2 days a week to 5 days a week. So that's where we are. Next slide, please. Real briefly, the GDP right now is running, for the fourth quarter was 2.3%. That's a little bit slower than the target, but pretty much right on where the economy has been. You can see the population numbers. I'm not going to go into all that. The national unemployment rate is at 4.1%. You can see in the wage level, those of you who attended the Chamber's annual meeting where the mayor presented the state of the city and Rich gave an overview. He did note both at wage level at the state level and within the national level. So I'm going to talk briefly about that when we hit our slides because we are significantly above. That's a positive in many ways. Inflation rate is running right now 2.9%. And in anticipation of Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf's question and other people's questions about PPI, the PPI is running right now 3.3%. When the PPI, the producer price index, is outpacing consumer price index, it's usually an indication we might be seeing inflation expanding and growing in 6 months to a year, because that's the prices of what is being in the wholesale markets. Colorado economy, you can see what's going on there. Our inflation rate here in this metro area, which is both what's used for Colorado and for us, is about 2.3%, and so it is below the national level. In digging into it, the biggest number, about 27% of CPI is residential price changes and things like that, so rents and others. Because we've seen very little change over the last year, that's the reason why our CPI is actually below the national level. So those are a couple of points that I just wanted to raise from this slide. On the Broomfield economy, I've already mentioned those numbers. We're at 4.4% unemployment. Again, a 4% to 4.5% has always been traditionally a number that people have tried to target. We have been below that at different times, both here and the nation. But it is still an expected number and a normal number. The inflation rate, as I mentioned, is 2.3, and even at the national level, that's getting close to the Federal Reserve Bank's targets and trying to maintain that. So these are all good numbers. And in short, as we look at the national and state economy, it is very strong. Things have been growing. There are a few indications, and I'm going to talk about those in a few minutes of what might be coming. But nevertheless, we've had a strong economy, and we've all been positively affected by that. There are, though, of course, like always, and I've mentioned this before, inside that 4.4% unemployment, it's a great number to talk about, but you have to remember that's roughly 1,000 or 1,500 people. So we oftentimes want to make sure that we're thinking about it uniquely in that way of these are people, these are our neighbors that are unemployed. They're not, it's just not a 4.4 number or something like that. These are others. On the business side, so it's in a different color, you can see that it's very similar to our labor force side. That just happens to be something unique about Broomfield, and it's actually one of our strengths. So our employment level is at 43,300. You can see our current average wages. This was for the fourth quarter of 2024. So these are the most updated numbers that we can get. And it's about $109,000 a year, 110, which is very strong. It's an increase of 3%. You can see where we're concentrated with primarily professional tech services, retail, info, software, and manufacturing. The other one that I oftentimes talk briefly about is management of companies. And so that's just this esoteric group that you think about, but the reality is that's Vail Associates. So they are running resorts all over the world, including 2 that they've added in Switzerland, I think in the last year, from my latest conversation with them. So that is a group of really skilled and unique people that are managing companies and resorts and other things. And they're not the only company doing that in Broomfield. Next slide, please. The population influences, and these are just things that are coming and that we see right now. So leading to Broomfield's future, as you can see, we have traditionally focused on a balanced development. Over the last, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, Mayor and council members, we have now begun this experience infill. We've also experienced redevelopment. The one that most people have noticed most predominantly, of course, is Flatiron's Marketplace, which formerly was the big box store center. There is a residential property that's already been opened, and residents are living in that now. The second phase of that is not permitted, but has been approved. And as soon as they feel they can move forward, they will. It was anticipated they might move forward last year, but our hope is that it will be this year. They are obviously paying attention to rents. They're paying attention to vacancy levels. So you can see, and you'll hear that theme come in a couple of other places. The next slide. So while we have strengths in our economy, we have a number of concerns and threats. And so this is getting to your specific question, Mayor. And one of them is while tariffs are important, and you see this on the list, probably even more important than tariffs right now is that several of our main trading partners for the country and arguably for the state and for this metro area are right now in recessions or stagnations. And if you look at several countries in Europe right now in recessionary periods, China, while it's still growing, is growing at roughly half the rate that it was before. So what you see is the global marketplace is actually softer economically than the US marketplace. That affects us and will continue to affect us. And so then when you but when you add in potential tariffs and think about how those are going to go, that will have an impact both on those countries and their relationship, but equally so on our GDP. So the key is, and this is where we've had, Jennifer and I've had a fair amount of conversation over the last 10 days talking about tariffs. And the reality is nobody knows exactly what they're gonna be. Nobody knows exactly when they're come into place. I believe, and I think most economists now believe, there will be an increased level of tariffs coming in the next month, year, but they'll be coming. We saw that China did get a new tariff that was put in place on Monday. However, two other countries that there was talk of tariffs, those have been delayed 30 days. So what I can tell you and what the consensus is with most economists, there are a few, like any profession, there are people on others, on sides, but most economists, I would say 90%, believe that if tariffs come in place, it's gonna have several major effects. One, it was likely gonna dampen GDP and economic growth. The scale will depend on the types of tariffs and exactly how they are implemented, so what types of products and things like that. Secondly, is it will have an effect on parts and other things. We have all, as a country and as a world, experienced what happens when parts and elements of production can't be delivered in a meaningful way, or if we see significant price changes. And so some disruption in that is probably going to be expected, and exactly how that flows through. We have, for the last 20 to 30 years, become a global economy. And what I mean by that is I don't know how many people are listening to Colorado Public Radio while you're out in your morning walks. It was a beautiful day for a morning walk today before I came here. But they were talking about our biggest port of trade in the US is Detroit. Because all of our cars that are being manufactured, parts are coming from Mexico, Canada, and the US. And even those cars as are being assembled are moving across that bridge in Detroit. So what you've got is that global economy has really taken hold. And so whether it's right or wrong is not my place, but what I do is measure and think about the consequences of those policy choices and how that influences and what that will do. It will have an effect. And so those things are all true. Consumer behavior confidence, we've been talking about this for every year since I've been here, and it continues to be. So the first thing that we waved the flag around was, hey, we're shopping differently. We're buying things at home. It has continued and will continue to emphasize that relationship. And so those trucks that drive down every street in Broomfield, oftentimes multiple times a day, will have a smiley face on some and a brown with a gold logo on others, and UPS is delivering still for both Amazon United Postal Service. And so what we've got is we really do see that change in that. The second behavior we've been talking about came through primarily and was accelerated because of the pandemic and the health effects, and that is work at home and hybrid working. Those were changes in our economy that were occurring prior to those events, and they were accelerated by those. So what we've seen is like we did with retail, when several people said that's the end of bricks and mortar retail. We are now seeing that kind of reflexive rebound on work in place. Part of it is creativity, productivity, and teamwork comes from being together. It's very difficult to get that through Google or any other Meet type approach. And so some degree of hybrid. So there are times, I think in everybody's work life, where it's best to be kind of cloistered off and just really focused. There are other times where you really need to be in an environment where you can come together. This presentation was one of those examples. For the last several days or weeks, maybe the other way to phrase it, there have been people working in a room together trying to figure out how this fits together so it's not a disjointed presentation, as an example. And so that collaboration really allows things to become better. As you have heard me say about myself, I'm a pretty good economist, but oftentimes I don't do really well with exactly the presentation. And the key for any presentation is knowing your audience. And so I very much rely on my colleagues to help me phrase this in ways that will help you understand, and I can share the information. So this is really critical, and that's what we're seeing from our companies here in Broomfield. Additionally, the next thing on the list is something that I probably would have been talking about even 3 years ago, but oh my gosh, it has become the number one thing in Florida and California, and that is both the availability of insurance and the cost of insurance. And here in Colorado, we are experiencing it, and all you gotta do is open up that infamous letter from your insurance company on your auto policy and found out how much it went up because we had a fair amount of hail damage on our cars a couple of years back. Same is true for roof replacements and other things. Luckily, we have not had significant fires in the last couple of years, other than 3 years ago. We had we had a fire that was devastating, and our largest fire ever with the greatest damage and the greatest cost. That is not something that we're not gonna see going forward. And so those things are all being reflected in insurance costs. So that has become a major decision point for many residents, businesses, as we think through exactly what our choices are. There are things you can do to mitigate some of that hazard, but not necessarily all of it. So that is now on the list because it is a major consequence and a major expense for many families here in Broomfield and throughout Colorado. I've talked a little bit about workforce concerns. I'm gonna come back to that in a minute. And I've already mentioned inflation. I just want to say it's stabilized, and isn't that great news that we are now at 2.3%? 2 years ago, we were at 8% inflation. So this is just incredible that we've gotten to that point. The food costs, I went to the store last week too. $10 carton bags is just not something I ever would have imagined before. That's several things all compounding together, but nevertheless, that is always going to be a concern for everybody, as well as some commodity costs. Again, I've already mentioned tariffs and the impacts of tariffs. Next slide, please. Within our community, one of the things that is an additional drain on our finances, and not drain because we made those decisions, but it was to encourage some of the development that we've experienced and the development that will be coming forward. I'm going to come back to this, but I just wanted to hit on it very briefly. We currently have about 25 developer and business development obligations and agreements. We are working through those. As you know, we have worked through those a number of times. We continue to do that, and it becomes an important part. And I'm going to talk about how we're going to bring that into all of our modeling going forward, so that we're paying attention to it, not just on the occurrence of the agreement, but also how we fit that into our fiscal modeling going forward. Obviously, as a reminder to everybody, there are no payments made without specific performance. It means they must do what they said they were going to do in the agreement. And so those things are really important. So they must create the jobs or create the tax revenue or create whatever it is, or perhaps build the pond or build the road or whatever the thing is that we put in the specific performance, and then we provide it. And then secondly, just as a reminder, in all cases, we are still seeing positive fiscal benefit from those, plus whatever the community and social benefits are, the reason for those agreements. But in some, they'll vary anywhere from 20% or 15% all the way up above 50%, depending on exactly what that agreement calls for. At the same time, and council members, you are also members of BURRA, so I always put this out there. There are 10 BURRA areas within the city and county of Broomfield right now. There'll be a proposal that you'll be talking about within about a month about creating and amending one of those and creating another one in order to facilitate a development that has been a community priority for a number of years. So we will look through those, but at the same time, some of those are starting to expire. So thinking about how we go forward and how we think about that is something that we'll be discussing with council and with BURRA in the coming years, in coming months for that specific reason. And then additionally, and finally, I would just want to point out, and many of you know this, roughly half of Broomfield lives in a metropolitan district. What a metropolitan district allowed the community to do was grow in a particular manner. So those metropolitan districts paid for some of the infrastructure in order to allow those areas to be developed. And so we have 58 of them. And we are looking more closely at those and have been for a number of years. And it is our goal this year, one of the work items that Jennifer or Manager Hoffman has given me is to really look at that and figure out if there's a way that we can be more thoughtful about when these come forward and exactly what those obligations are and how they fit together with our longer term perspectives. Next slide, please. This is only because there's always a conversation about sales tax and property tax. We always want to give you, in this presentation, I like to give you a sense of where we compare to other communities surrounding us. So this is your property tax, number. This does not include the metro district. This does not include North Metro Fire and other things. This is just the city and county portion. I would point out, so for the cities that are listed there, we included their home county. And so you get a sense of what that is. We used a home of $681,600, was the number that I used to calculate these. And so that just gives you a sense of where they are. The reason for using that number, just as a point of reference, was at the time when I was doing these, that was the number of what warehouses were selling. It's a little dated from that perspective, but nevertheless, it gives you that comparative sense of how everything fits together. And as you can see, Broomfield's one of the lowest because of our mill rate that has been in place since 2001. That said, and I just want to put this note out there, each of these communities have a slightly different package of goods and services. So in Boulder's case, as an example, it does include the fire district. They provide municipal fire. So if we were to really look at this, you have to dig a little bit deeper, but it's something that we think is important that we share. Next slide, please.
I have a question
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you move on, Jeff. So what is the effective tax rate, residential property tax rate in Broomfield?
I'm going, you mean the total mills?
No, well, the effective tax rate, if you look at it, since it's already, what is it, 6% of the RAR, 6.5% of the residential assessment rate, the effective tax rate is like 0.5%,
Oh, about
less than 1%.
I'm gonna, later on today, but let me just quickly jump to that. So, as the mayor pointed out on, last week, or I'm sorry, on Tuesday, we have, our median housing price right now is about 500, and I'm gonna get off on this, but it's in the slide, about $560,000 to $580,000. We calculated what that would look like. That generally speaking, the mills will vary all over the place, so it's about 110 mills roughly, Mayor. We show a representative example of one that I think is right around 110 mills, but we'll get to that slide. But it's roughly around $6,000 for the total. That would include the school district and anything in property tax. So if you think about it, that is about a 1% property tax on the value of the home each year. Is that?
That's it.
I just, and you'll see this slide and we can I'll do the calculations and actually put that percentage out there, but just because I want to answer your question rather than say, I'll get to you later. Sometimes that's the right answer, but this time I think I'd rather give it to you right now.
That's perfect, thank you.
Next one is, next slide please, is our local sales tax. This is oftentimes watched because this is a consumer item that people very much see every day. So when you go to King Soopers, when you go to Walmart, when you go to Home Depot or the mall or whatever, this is what you're going to experience. Is Broomfield is sitting at 8.15%. You can see where we are compared to every other community. There are a couple of communities that breach the 10%, which for most economists is like, wow, crossing 10% of sales tax, that's a high mark. But you can see at least surrounding us, you can see where the rates are sitting. And I point out the Erie side and the Westminster side of Adams versus the other. And the reason is Weld County doesn't have sales tax. Or if they do, it's very, very low, but they traditionally do not have a sales tax. So you can see where that sits and where we are comparatively speaking. And just, it has been something, we, obviously, as you can imagine, our restaurants and retailers are very concerned whenever there's conversations about that, the mall, et cetera. But that's just an important thing. Next slide. So what does this mean when we talk about sales tax and property tax? For the resident, a 10% difference is a penny, or is equal to a penny on $10. So if we're a full percent less than another community, that means it's about 10 cents on the dollar, or on a $10 purchase. You can see the property tax, and you can see 1 mil is equal to $39. So if our mills are 10 mils lower, as an example, or 5 mils lower, you can do that calculation pretty quickly. So roughly, if it's 5 mils lower for our city and county compared to another city and county, it's about a $200 lower property tax. On the reverse side, the question oftentimes is, how much does each of these generate? And so Graham's going to talk very specific about how much we get in total, But I just wanted to turn it into this calculation so you can see that 0.1% is equal to $1.95 million annually in revenue, and 1 mil is equal to about 2.25. Now that's in general, and you have all become pretty knowledgeable about this. So when I say that 1 mil, if we were, don't forget that our mills are 28.968, or our sales tax 8.15, our part being 4.15. Okay, because that's all Broomfield gets, the rest goes to the state and others. That is distributed to certain departments or certain programs. So open space and trails, as an example, gets part of the sales tax. The property tax portion goes to health and human services. So those are dedicated parts of that 28.968 mils. But it just gives you a sense of how this fits together. Obviously, if you wanted to talk very specifically about those things, we get into greater detail, but this is not the time or the time. So I told you I had a slide. Next slide, please. This is the slide where we specifically calculate it. Again, as the mayor pointed out, the median home value in Broomfield right now for the US Census Bureau. So it's, you know, obviously Census Bureau is about a year old, but it's 581,600. You can see what that calculates. The effective rate right now is about 6.4%, if I recall. And so that's what our assessment rate is, or assessment is 39,000. So you have a $581,000 home. Our assessor is going to tell you their assessment is at 38,967. Now here's the trick. These become much more difficult. So I spend a fair amount more time doing math and double checking my math, because the legislature, in its wisdom in the special session, decided to change the assessment rates for cities and counties versus school districts. So your bill now will be showing two different assessment rates depending on who it's going to. So I point that out. I'm not trying to make you experts at it, but that's what's going to happen. In this particular case, the place that I was using was, again, Anthem West Metropolitan District, so Mayor's 126 in that particular specific case. So we wanted to use that specific case. So you can see what the distribution of revenue is from that $5,000 tax receipt. And you're gonna see how it flows out. The city and county gets $1,000 out of that 5,000, so roughly 20% in this case. You can see the fire district gets about 500, the metro district's getting just short of $1,000, and the schools are gonna be getting, in this particular case, 22,571. That's in part because of the mill levy, in part because of the different value assessment rate, okay? We have shown this before because some people say, man, now I gotta pull out my phone and do the math to figure out what those percentages are. So we thought we'd just throw them here to give you that normal thing. So typically in Broomfield on a property tax, we're gonna get about 20 to 25%. The school districts are gonna get 50 to 55%, it depends, but roughly about 50%. And then the special districts, which are the med districts, and those can vary everywhere. And if those of you look at there's these esoteric reports that everybody puts out. One of them is called the assessment abstract of assessments. It comes out annually. You can look at every metro district and see what the amount is. They'll range anywhere from, in some cases, actually 0, because they haven't truly been formed yet. But generally speaking, 20 to 60 mils. So they will vary all across. So the particular case here, it's roughly about 20%. So
And
go
who
ahead, Mary.
controls the assessment rate?
I'm sorry?
Who controls the assessment?
Sure. So I actually had a very 45-minute conversation with the business just the other day. It's incredible how you spend time on these things. But again, not to make you experts, and Jay is actually the expert at it, he and his team, but in short, the assessment is done every 2 years in Colorado under state law. It was just completed in June 2024. That'll be the next round that'll be coming. You'll be seeing that data starting to come to city council. As well as to the other districts, we'll be seeing what those assessments look like. The property owner can then appeal those if they feel the assessment was calculated. It's done based upon fair market value and like property. So the reality is that is a very specific way, and that's regulated by state code and state rules.
It's the state.
That's, I know.
Well, Jay, our assessor does the work, but they have to follow state law and state rules. And so at that point, then there is a whole procedure, but that's exactly to Jennifer's point and the mayor's point. That's who sets the way the assessments are done. Sorry, I was.
It was leading up to that.
Yeah, I get it. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm gonna turn it over. I've talked to Mayor, I hope I give you a little brief overview of what I think the threats are to our economy and a little bit of what the opportunities are. I will end as Anna's walking up is from the economy standpoint, just like Jennifer has said, and you're gonna hear Graham say, our economy is strong and stable. It's a stable economy, but there's some fragility in our economy. And I mean that not just Broomfield, I mean that as the state of the metro area also. I follow the national economy. I don't forecast that quite the same way as I do the other two. So again, stable but fragile. Go ahead,
So
sir.
to just very briefly address the impact on federal funding on the state economy.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
In terms of the federal, we're looking at not just tariffs, but like USA spends billions on farm products in the US. They just announced NIH cuts potentially to the universities, which would stop substantial amount of research in the area, which is impactful. Do you have any sense of how much federal activity we have in the state? And if it's restricted and retracted, what we're seeing, what impact that would have?
I can look that up. I might be able to give you an answer later today, but, as far as you're talking about capital outlays and those types of things, not to individuals, so like social
Right.
security payments, but you're talking.
Well, the economic impact, both
Yeah.
are gonna have a substantial impact. If
Yeah.
it loses from 50% of the funding to 15% of the funding, is what's proposed, and if USAID stops buying all the grain and the vegetables and everything it currently purchases, just the retraction from decreased federal spending.
Yeah, and they're just, so, just to kind of get that a little bit, more on record. What is the effect, what is the likely economic effect from some of these changes that are being proposed through, presidential order, executive order, or other things? And quite frankly, even in the farm states, they're just right now trying to figure out what that is. So they're a little bit, and they are very impacted by it compared to Colorado, although Colorado, one of our I think it's our number 2 export is farm goods, farm products, primarily beef and cattle, but also obviously grains. So I would tell you this, council member, that unfortunately, some of these things are just being litigated, some of these things are just being announced, and nobody has really done a full analysis to suggest it, but I can try to do that. The thing that most people have always cited about Colorado is we have roughly between 40 and 50,000 federal workers within the state. And if not that you want to do this, but I will do it for you. If you go back, we have 3.1 million people employed in the state. So 50,000 is not an insubstantial number. It's about 1.5% of our employment. So, how these things are going to impact, I think everybody is trying to watch and learn and see which ones, obviously either do get put in place and which ones survive, possible challenges, whether it be by Congress or the courts. Is that, I'm sorry, I just can't be more specific.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, we don't know obviously, but it's gonna have just the potential cuts to Medicaid could have a substantial impact.
Yeah, and as I recently said at a meeting, about a week ago, that was written about, not specifically about me, but just the outcomes of it was, I tend to be an economist who looks at what happens and how that influences. I try not to react to things until I know whether they're certain, and then I'll give you the best I can. Unfortunately, there are many other people that want to react in one direction or the other, and Lord, I can't chase that. That's whack-a-mole to me. And I apologize. I don't mean
No,
it
that's fine.
disrespectfully, but that's what it is right now. Sure.
So kind of follow up, John, I really appreciate, the presentation, and we know you don't know at this point, but I would like, and maybe this is more to the city manager, some kind of a regular report from you that would try to keep us up on this stuff locally. For example, there's a lot of labs here in Boulder, a lot of federal labs. What's gonna happen to those? There's a new company expanding their research here around batteries. What's gonna happen to those? What's gonna happen if the federal government starts pushing drilling? What's that impact gonna be on us? There's a lot of those things that we all wanna know about,
Sure.
and we can't all keep track of them as effectively as you can, so. I don't know.
Well, I was just looking to see, because I don't normally like making statements about my time.
Yeah,
But I'm guessing that the mayor and the mayor pro tem in the normal meetings they have with the mayor will, or with, city manager will also be following up on that, I'm guessing. Not trying to put words out of your mouth, but it's something that I pay attention to every day. To the point of, like all of us right now, I go home and the first thing out of my wife's mouth is, should we be moving money? Should we be changing out of this stock into that stock? My mother-in-law calls me. So I like you, I'm perhaps have a different set of glasses when I put these things on, but I have been paying attention on a daily basis also.
well, I think city managers said, I think very appropriately about the system of decision-making we need to be engaged in.
Yeah.
It needs to be deliberate, it needs to be intentional, it needs to be, structural, I think and I agree with her. We can't do that without the information, and just reading the various newspapers doesn't do it for us.
And that is why I'm
The
here
news
now.
media is being pushed out of the
Yeah.
White House, except for certain media. I mean, there's a lot of those things happening, and the information we're gonna be getting isn't gonna always be what we
Right.
need.
So if I could just, let me just build on your question and give you a more complete response. So I do pay attention to what the Treasury Department is doing. I do watch the national, items that come out from those key administrative, economic and financial markets or, departments. I also, like many of you, I actually print up and read, OSPB's and ledge council's quarterly reports to see what those changes are. I will continue to do that. The city manager alluded to that the budget cuts are somewhere about $1 billion. That's going to change in the same way that our budget's going to be impacted by changes at the federal and state level. So I don't think it's $1 billion. I think it's going to be more. How much is it going to be more? We're going to be paying attention, just as my colleagues are at the Ledge Council and MSPB. So what I do normally is I read all those things and I try to figure out how that impacts, and then I work with Graham, the city manager. And so that's something, if the mayor, and the city manager feel I should be doing, I will do that. I don't want to commit to, I'm going to come into council for a half-hour presentation every month, because
I'm just saying that.
the mayor would kill me if I took that amount of time. But there's some way that it might be a one page, or it might be an email, it might be something.
City managers set the theme, I think, for this.
Yeah.
Jeff reminds us of, and so we're looking for you to remind us of where this very dynamic external environment is going to be going, and how we can be knowledgeable enough to make the right policy decisions. That your team is going to be coming up to us every month, I suspect, going
Yes.
forward, not you personally, but various members of this team, to say, council, here's what's happening, here's what we need to do. So the more heads up we have, because we're not gonna read those reports, we don't have access to them.
It's my
I don't
job.
wanna read those reports.
So Mayor, if I could just finish this answer. So yes, it is my job. It is what the city manager moved into, and brought Robert on so that I had more time to do this. I would like, and for some of these who've been on council for a number of years through the pandemic, you may recall that Brenda, oftentimes, I think it was almost every month for a while, came and gave an update to council exactly what was going on with the effects of the pandemic. I did the exact same, so I worked with Brenda on those. I did the exact same thing for Mayor, I gotta get the right Mayor Hancock when I was in Denver, when we went through the Great Recession. Was it? But when we're in turbulent economic times, then I get much more involved. When we're in a period of time where things are pretty quiet, and you're gonna see me once a year or twice a year. So I think you're gonna see me more. Is that a fair way to say it, Mayor?
Perfect.
All right, at this point, there'll be more, you're gonna get to talk to me a bit more. You're gonna get to talk to me more when we talk about how all this fits together, but at this point, I wanna turn it over to Anna to talk a little bit about residential.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Anna Bertzetti. I appreciate it. We're moving it for everybody. So I'm one of the two deputy city and county managers, and I'm not gonna just talk to you about housing. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about development in general, because like Jennifer mentioned this morning, land use decisions are some of the key decision-making points for all of you, for our community. The decisions that come with development have a lasting impact on the community financially and on our community socially. It's just huge impacts. These come to you pretty much on a regular basis. I want to say the planning team is in front of you almost every month with a different type of development proposal. So these come to you with some frequency. If you haven't had a chance lately, we keep a current development projects list on the planning division's website, and that's a great resource for you because oftentimes I know developers reach out to all of you and say, hey, can we meet? And it's a huge time ask. And one thing I will say is that current planning list is there for you to see what's in the quasi judicial process so that you know whether you're able to meet with them or not. But the other thing I'll say is that a lot of developers or property owners may reach out to you thinking that's the only way to get early feedback from all of you as council members, because they have no idea that we have a very unique concept review process. So it's a good idea if you don't have the time to meet with them, or even if you do, to remind them that we have a unique concept review process and to send them back to the planning division so that they can share what they know of our community goals, expectations, and outline that process and make sure that they're aware that they're going to get an early opportunity to hear from you through that concept process. And then you'll have the benefit of also having feedback from the community at the same time that you're hearing from that developer. So not every community has that. Developers don't know off the bat that that's going to be an offer to them. So putting that out there for you and to remind you that that list is on the website. And the reason I bring it up is that if you were to look at that list today and look at it, remember what it looked like a few years ago, it would be remarkably different. It's a very short list. We don't have the same number of development projects coming through. Like Jennifer said, we're approaching build out, development is looking different. But our development projects are infill, they're highly complex. They take more time, they take more specific engagement with our community as they're going through the process. So the list may not be as long, but they're complicated proposals that you're seeing come forward to you. So if I could have the next slide, please. And I'm going to spend most of my time talking about housing because it's part of the national dialogue, part of a lot of discussion at the state. But we need more housing. I think the slogan last year was more housing now. And Broomfield's been very successful in bringing housing development, but it's not the only thing that we have coming through the door. We do have, these are some of our recent projects that are coming through that are non-residential development. You've seen a lot of these come across city council meetings. A lot of them are flex light industrial. So these are employment, research centers, manufacturing, high-tech firms. These are under construction right now. We've got LaPorte over by Arista. There's a few up in North Broomfield at Baseline and then Connect 25 project. These are nearing completion and starting to get leased out and having companies move into them. You'll see some business development agreements coming through for some of our flex light industrial buildings that have been approved in the past that haven't quite started construction yet. So this was a really hot market. We're seeing a lot of it get constructed. There's still more that has been approved in the last few years that just hasn't moved into construction yet. So we'll see this continue in the next few years. Commercial retail, like Jeff mentioned, we're not seeing a whole lot of new development in the retail realm, but we do have some. The biggest and most visible to a lot in our communities, or our community, will be the Flatiron project. So this year we're expecting to see the construction begin on the infrastructure for the reinvestment into the Flatiron Crossing Mall area, and they'll begin with their the Hi-Fi Village area, which is the residential portion, and we'll see some reinvestment there. The one that I realized as I was driving in this morning that a very number of people in our community are really excited about that isn't on this list is the Village at Westview. And it's not on here because they might not pull permits this year for the buildings, but we expect them to move into that same horizontal, construction, this year, and then pulling building permits for, the pickleball, hopefully early next year. So I know a lot of people are excited about that. And we're seeing that, experiential, commercial development have some interest here, but not a lot of new retail other than what I mentioned at the mall. So next slide, please. So this is what you've seen a lot of. There's a lot of push at the state, and our planning team is spending a lot of time on addressing legislative changes that are coming through to try and encourage, I'll use the word encourage, local development, local communities to move forward with residential development. And Brimfield's had a lot of residential development come through. We have 6,000 residential units in the pipeline for development. I'd say the vast majority of that is already approved. So approved in some capacity. We have zoning approved, we have development agreements. There's a lot of site development plans that have actually already been approved. Some of those big ones would be things like Brimfield Town Square, the one that I just mentioned at Flatiron Crossing. Jeff mentioned earlier, Flatiron Marketplace, that has another phase that's already been through the site development plan approval. Those decisions, they are already made. What we are waiting for is for the market to be correct, or for the financing to be obtained by those projects, and for them to move forward. So the decisions have been made by the community that those are desired residential projects. We're going to see them come forward sometime in the next few years, and I'm going to walk through the timing for a few of those.
Ms. Bergetti,
Yes.
so you're basically saying that once a project is approved, and we've approved thousands of units, we don't control the pace of development, do we?
That is exactly what I'm saying here. Thank you.
For the people in the back.
Yes. So that is exactly what I'm saying. So the city council makes decisions on these site development plans, and the private developers really, they have other steps that they have to take on after the site development plan is approved. Some of that is construction plans. If it's attainable housing, they may have to look for grants or for chapter funding or go through other processes. They might be waiting, as Jeff mentioned, for the market to be right to absorb additional units like the Flatiron Marketplace development. But we as staff, you as the city council, there isn't a mechanism to force a developer to move forward. If the development has already been approved, and they're just taking those steps. The timing really is up to them, yes.
But there is an expiration now, right? A 2-year from time of approval on some of the recent projects.
So if there are commitments in terms of development agreements, there might be points along the development agreement that they have to reach. I believe there is that for the Flatiron Crossing development. And there is in our code for the site development plans, if a building permit has not been obtained within a certain number of years, the city council has the option to try to revoke the site development plan. It's not an automatic process, but it would be an option and could be proposed. But it requires public hearings, requires notices to the property owner. It's a process.
Thank you.
And are there outliers along those lines, to kind of piggyback on what the mayor said on workforce? So for instance, the Academy Place apartments, they couldn't move forward because they couldn't find plumbers, for instance. So where is the cross sectionality? We can approve all of these things, and it looks like we felt like we've done our due diligence. What sort of outliers are we looking at as far as labor, workforce, cost of materials and things like that?
It is all interrelated, right? All these conversations, the things that are outside of our control that Jeff mentioned, some of those labor shortages, we're seeing things have gotten better. I think coming right out of the pandemic, and there was, and it really wasn't pandemic related, but there was around that same time, there was a move to more electric development away from the use of natural gas. And it really put a lot of pressure on Excel. And they were having a hard time keeping up with the demand for new developments that were going all electric. And there was a big demand onto their system. We were seeing a little bit of, not a little bit, we were seeing big impact on the apartment developers that were trying to come in on timing for getting their materials and getting access to Excel, being able to extend their developments. That seems to have gotten better. I think the last two big impacted projects that I'm aware of have been able to get Excel to extend service to their area, and that was really due to some labor shortage. That is our understanding for those last two projects. So there was impact, but we expect there's that unknown of what's going to happen now with, you know, all the things that Jeff was talking about. So we are keeping a watchful eye on that. We don't know what those impacts could be to the labor markets, and that could have an impact. Same thing with tariffs, if it impacts building materials on the ability for these projects to move forward.
So as we look at the 1,700 units that have been approved or permitted over the past 2 years, out of those 1,700, how many of those have been constructed or are in construction? And even a percentage is fine, because my follow-up question is that historical, that about that same amount, you know, have been constructed within a 2-year period?
I think probably about half of those are still under construction. Really rough guess, just trying to remember off the top of my head where things are. I would say you can kind of see it in the graph here that it starts at 2023. Because multifamily comes in big chunks of 300 each, only takes a few projects to be moving forward to have those large bubbles in the development. Larger projects take longer to develop. So there's kind of an evening of bringing those units on. But you can see like in 2027, there's this big spike of potential developments. But that's also where we have Brimfield Town Square, Flatiron Crossing. There's one other large project in there as well. So that's about 1,000 of those units. Whether all three of those projects hold building permits in 2027, probably unlikely. Probably some of those units will come to 2028. There's a little bit more of an evening. But yes, we've seen this is moving more and more towards multifamily, more and more units coming into Brimfield. And it's getting back to a little bit of what Jennifer was talking about in terms of we need to be aware of the fact that these residential projects will adding to our housing balance, being able to diversify our housing base because we're adding a lot of multifamily where it's historically been single family. It costs money to bring these units into Brimfield and provide the services for these future residents, looking at 15 to 18,000 new residents. So being cognizant of the fact that as we're bringing the units, they are desirable, they are addressing a housing need, but ensuring that we're making decisions that are still protecting our commercial base, because it is critical that we be able to support all of these residents and the services that have come to be the expectation of our community moving forward.
Going off of Devin's question, how much of the decrease or do we see the interest rates spiked? Do we see a significant decrease in buildings being built during that time?
I'd say the most significant impact with the interest rate changes has been with the single family detached for sale products. So those are primarily the Dillon Point development and Century Communities, which is for sale in Interlaken and up in the Baseline community by McWhinney. I think when we were looking at projections a few years ago, we definitely projected more single family starts than we saw. And we revisited early last year and said, projections are changing. And we brought that forward and said, what we thought would happen in terms of the number of single family starts is really not happening. And that's a lot of that is that impact. And one of the key points here that hasn't been brought up yet is that 1,200 units that we've been very successful bringing in inclusionary units. So Brimfield has an inclusionary housing ordinance. And there were a few changes that were made to the inclusionary housing ordinance a few years ago. And as part of that, we increased the opportunity because developers can do cash in lieu or they can include the units as part of their market rate projects. And the increase to the cash in lieu that was approved by council really drove developers to more strongly consider adding units as part of their market rate projects. And so the success of that inclusionary housing ordinance means we're not seeing a lot of cash in lieu projects or cash in lieu being dedicated into Brimfield for our housing development fund, but we're seeing a lot of projects come forward with inclusionary housing. So we've got For example, two projects that are pulling construction permits on State Highway 7 as part of the Highlands development that's over, I think there's around 700 units. Both projects have inclusionary units of around 20% of the units roughly for each of those. So of the 6,000 units that are in the pipeline, we estimate around 1,200 of those will likely be in some capacity attainable, affordable, it would be hard to say, but attainable, meeting the inclusionary housing ordinance. Some of those projects in the 6,000, if they haven't already been approved, they could go to a cash in lieu option. We could see that in the future for a few projects. But we would expect that to be a small percentage, given the fact that most of our developers that are coming through the door now understand the desire is to include the units as part of their projects and not do cash in lieu. So about 1,200, which if you look around the metro area, we're very successful in our inclusionary housing ordinance. So moving on to the next slide. So diving a little bit more into that inclusionary housing and what we've already brought online. Between 21 and 24, we have about 287 units that have come into Brimfield. So that includes Northwest Apartments, Academy Place, Crosswinds, Palisade Park, the for sale of Parrot Homes up in Lennar. So that's about 287 units already coming into Brimfield just in the last few years. Very successful. We think this year we'll be adding 483 additional units. That's a big year for us. Yeah, so that includes Cottonwood, Brimfield Housing Alliance, and is joining us today, and also the Ulysses development coming in. And then all of those inclusionary units that are coming into, like I said, the Highlands apartments. So 483, so total of 770 income aligned units. If I get the next slide. Actually, I think I might have those backwards. Sorry about that.
No, we need the next slide. Already.
Oh, okay.
Because you're doing the list.
All right, now I'm doing the list. Yeah. So this is the breakdown of that 483. Did I miss any big ones? Oh, Novel and Flatiron, that's a big one. So Harvest Hill, Ulysses, that's 100% affordable, and Cottonwood, and then the other four that are listed under rental are market rate projects that have inclusionary units. And then up at the top, the for sale would be Dillon Point, has some required inclusionary units, as well as Grandview by Century Communities. And I should mention Grandview by Century Communities also includes condominium units. The condominium units are not included in the affordable units, but it does add another opportunity for a different type of unit for sale, and definitely is identified in our housing needs analysis as an area of housing, a type of housing that's needed in the community. So Brimfield's very successful in not just the inclusionary housing, but also trying to address a range of housing needs. Next slide, please. So I kind of touched on this, how great it is that our developers are including units within their projects. But that means they're not providing cash in lieu. And we talked a little bit about this in December when we brought forward the Brimfield Housing Alliance request for additional funding moving into 25, that with the success of the inclusionary housing ordinance and the fact that we're getting units built, it means that developers are not contributing the cash in lieu, and Brimfield has historically used that cash in lieu to help with gap financing for projects like Ulysses. It has used it for housing programs to help people who want to stay in their homes, like the Sunshine Home Share. And we've also used it to support BHA, the Brimfield Housing Alliance in the past, and will be requested to provide that moving forward for the next few years as BHA works to become more independent. So as that's happening, we're not getting revenue into the Housing Development Fund. We wanted to use this opportunity to highlight again for you that we're going to be running out of the Housing Development Fund, right? We're not getting revenue in, and we keep using it to run these programs, to support the mission of BHA, to provide the gap financing to important projects like Ulysses. There isn't going to be a way to continue that moving forward. We're estimating that the Housing Development Fund may be approaching the end of its useful life, without understanding that potentially there could be a developer that I don't know about coming in to do cash in lieu, but end of 2026. So that's fast approaching if we think about that, and that will continue to put pressure on our general fund then, if we look to try and find a way to continue the support for housing projects, especially gap financing, which you saw can be in the millions of dollars in terms of requests, and those important housing programs that Brookfield has chosen to move forward with. So the Housing Development Fund has provided that historically. We're not seeing revenue in, and just wanting to highlight that that will be a source of pressure as we move forward. And all of this said, I think we wanted to circle back and talk a little bit more about how housing impacts, and Jeff kind of talked about this morning. We've been very successful with bringing the residential in, but what does that mean in terms of the balance of development moving forward? Because we have a lot of it. There's a lot of pressure to provide more housing. There's legislation to try and make it so that those decision-making points are out of our control, but there will continue to be opportunities that come in front of the city council where those decisions will continue to be made. Because we see a lot of pressure to try and change our commercially developable land into residential use, because that's really where the market is right now. And those decision points will continue to come to you. And it's important for you and for the community to have this background about what needs to weigh into those decisions as you're coming to them in the next few years. Any other questions on this? Otherwise, I'll hand it back to Jeff.
Go to the next slide, please. So, this was the example, and this was in your council packet. This was in your council packet when you approved the Ulysses additional support, both the $2 million that the city provided into that project, and then also as you directed us to go after the state funds. As many of you know, we were successful in getting $2 million in state funds to support that project. So this was the part of that. So this is going back to what Anna talked about, the expense and the cost related to it. As you can see at the very bottom, that's the CCOB portion. And I just point out that that line where it says annual property tax forgone, that is a normal part of affordability, and that is that thing that we oftentimes call the special limited partnership that is approved by the Brookfield Housing Alliance. So that's something they have within their authority, and it allows for the property property to then be considered non-taxable in that way, and so it provides additional subsidy to the project throughout. We only counted for the portion of Brookfield property taxes that would not be collected. So I just want to point that out so that you understand that as housing finance comes together, we're trying to represent just the CCOB portion. That does not include what Brookfield Housing Alliance or other partners are doing, such as the state or LIHTC or some of those other things we've talked about. That's a conversation that you would have with Brookfield Housing Alliance or as we bring these projects forward. Next slide, please. And so real quick, oh, sorry.
Back on the other slide.
Yes, ma'am.
So obviously there's a great escalation through time from the crosswinds up to in 2021 up to 2024 from our cost per unit. So when you look at this and try to think through the reason, is it because there's less other funding available? Is it because just everybody, the cost had risen overall, or is it our costs getting shifted to municipalities?
So I wish it were so simple to say it's one thing, because it's really not. Both land prices have continued to grow here in Brookfield. Cost of construction has gone up. So yes, the cost side has definitely increased. One of the primary ways that all three of these projects are brought forward was some form of tax credits. So tax credits, without getting into a great deal of financial kind of underpinnings, but they are priced differently. And what I mean by that is when the economy is growing well, then people are looking for tax credits. A company like Google that's making money, or a company like whomever that's making money, they will purchase the tax credits. And so we have seen, depending on the project, depending on location, you can see tax credit pricing to be anywhere from what's called 90 cents on the dollar to as much as $1.10. And so it has to do, that creates outcomes related to the underpinnings. Interest rates create underpinnings here. Additional requirements that are being done, whether it be the federal or state or local requirements, can cause increased costs also. So it's a combination of all those things. And so I would not, the point isn't, these are relatively close proximity to timing, but even during that period of time, we all know the difference in interest rates between 2021 and 2024 and corporate profitability. So all of those things come into play. So, Councilmember Lynn, that is one of the point isn't necessarily that there's a number that we should be looking for here. The point is to understand that, and while Kristen, from her perspective, Anna and Robert from their perspectives may tell you that it's going up or it's going to go down or this is going to go. None of us can necessarily forecast exactly where labor prices are going to be, material prices, land prices, interest rates in 3 years. And so this number is going to continue to evolve and change. The key is to say it's expensive. And yes, I would say the second part is to kind of build on your question. Part of your question is most affordable housing developers, income aligned developers, have increasingly had to look at local governments to fill in some of the gaps. Before, it was set up in a way, the state was picking up a lot of those, but now, unfortunately, the state has got restrictions on their funds. Federal government only has so much money, and so in order to do this, it's coming back into the local communities to do it, whether it be directly from a city, through a housing authority, through foundations and nonprofits. I hate to answer your question, but it's complicated, but it is. But the point of this is to say things have gotten more expensive and it's just probably going to continue to be.
One quick question about
Yes,
the 4 million. I thought it was 2 million from us.
But here's, we had to represent it this way, council member, and mayor and everyone, is the grant actually that we got was $2 million that comes to the city and county of Broomfield for us to do certain things, and then that relieves the cost on the project. And so therefore, we're actually obligated under that grant to produce the units. So we have, our agreement is with DOLA, and then we have an agreement between DOLA and Ulysses. So we will have two documents is the way that we've constructed it. I'm looking at Robert and Nancy, but the way that we've legally decided that we need to do it is the state is giving the city and county of Broomfield $2 million. We are then passing it along to them. So it's 2 million plus the state's 2 million, but it comes literally to us. Whereas like LIHTC and some of the other state grants, they go directly to the developer. They're not passed through us.
Okay.
Sir.
But that means it's not actually money that, it's a pass-through. It's not money that we're actually putting out. The $2 million, we're not paying them. It's the state's giving it to us, we're giving it to them. So I guess my question is on the subsidy, this total support, it seems like that's not quite accurate because that.
This one would be probably more in the like $50,000, $55,000 range, but we want, to be transparent. The city and county, if the project doesn't move forward, we'll have to pay $2 million back to the state. So it is your liability.
And my other question is, looking at the numbers,
And by the way, I do believe the project's going forward. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm just telling you, we're spending time on legal.
They're gonna break ground in March.
Yeah.
the total CCOP support, for example, on the crossroad 6.4, that's the total. That includes 40 years of, so the actual upfront subsidy is only 1.8.
Yeah, and I
It's
will,
the rest of it is.
thank you for the question. I will say, we're just trying to show as close, as best we can a complete picture. These are really difficult sometimes to do. And we had to do it with the taxes that would be theoretically paid, therefore being foregone in 2024 dollars. I don't know what the value of that building is going to be in 2044. It could be twice that amount for that year, but we felt this is I live in apples and oranges and how to get it into a simple number, because everybody says, just give me the number. This is the best I can come up with. So, Mayor, can I?
Oh, yeah, no,
Okay.
that's good. Just wanted to clarify the 4 million. That's-
Yes, ma'am. And that's absolutely true, but it's because we are on the hook for it. Sorry. So next slide, please. as Manager Hoffman pointed out earlier, we've seen this picture before. It's one of our favorite graphics because it helps people understand when we talk about the long-range financial plan and the cost impacts and things like that. We continue to do this. We update this roughly every 2 years. And it is just something that comes out of that long-range financial plan approach that we've taken here in the Broomfield since 2004, I think it is. So in brief, over on the left side is the cost of services and programs. So that's what we're really trying to capture here is police and library and all those things that a resident, no matter where they live or how they live, are consuming. And obviously, as you can imagine, people living in multifamily homes consume our services differently in part. And I'm just trying to give an illustration of it. So, but when I was renting apartments, I linked into the community slightly differently than when I bought a home. And so I started using services in a different way. I used some other services more frequently when I was renting in my life. And I think that's true for all of us. And so what we're showing is the typical or average single family home. And what does that look like? And so this is this is what that model does, is it attributes the cost across, and it shows you what those percentages are, and the graphic matches up with those percentages. In short, a single family residence, a typical or average one, obviously we have some that are worth $500,000 and we have some that are worth $1.5 million as an example. Clearly their property taxes amount that they're paying is going to be different, which will affect the revenue we're getting. But for the typical home, we expect the cost to be about $4,193, okay, of uses and police services and other things. Moving over to this side then, we want to put it on one graph or one table so you can see it all at once. And that is, what is the net fiscal impact? And so if you recall, on every one of your memos, when we bring forward a development proposal, we talk about these numbers. What is the net fiscal impact? So for a single family home, you can see it, that it's $6,927, that, and it creates this $2,147 difference. On that, it's over here. So this includes, though, a little bit more than this. So this is just the cost of services. There are other things we got to pay for. Our bonds, the CIPs, all of those things. So as we go just from straight services, and then we include everything, that's the cost. The share of bond payments, the share of CIP, it's all being attributed, and we do it both for single family homes, multifamily homes, and also different commercial classes. That's what the model does, and that's how it comes. So what you can see is the net impact for all the things that we have to cover in our budget that you approve each year in November. It is that. It's $2,147 for a single family home and $636 for a multifamily home. That has changed from the last time we talked and the time before that and the time before that, in part because a big portion of what we get from residential property is property tax. And so guess what? We redid these numbers twice last year because the legislature changed it twice last year, positively for the taxpayers, but it did reduce the revenues that we're generating out of residential property taxes. And so these numbers are always dynamic. They're always changing based on policy and budgets and everything else. And so we're going to come back to that. And so the question obviously is, well, if we're losing, if it's costing us more to serve and improve and maintain our roads and do all the things we have to do and pay the bonds that we've put out there, how do we pay the difference? And as council knows, and as we've shared many times and you've asked questions over the years, it's through the commercial side. So that list of projects that Anna put up a few slides ago represents how we are covering this difference. Broomfield has historically had a very strong commercial base, and we're going to talk a bit more about that. Mayor, we are really close to the 11:30 lunch break. Do you want to stop now and then I'll continue with the slides because I still have a fair amount to go and we will be delaying lunch. So I want to be respectful of everybody's time and managing the schedule.
How much longer do you think you need?
As you know, as Mayor, as you noted, and council members, you noted, we have one slide presentation and we just keep going until, so this topic, 1, 2, This topic, which will end with the long-range financial plan improvements, is about 6 more slides, so probably 15 minutes, Mayor. But I don't know what the questions might be.
Are you okay finishing this segment?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, I just,
power through.
like
Yeah.
you oftentimes look at the clock in the back of the council and say, we're nearing 8 o'clock. I just wanna,
I forget a lot too.
I'm a
Well-
Explain my colleagues.
over your shoulder, Mayor, over your shoulder is the clock. That's why. The
Other shoulder.
Your other shoulder. So, all right, next slide, please. As Anna talked about and kind of introduced is she gave you a 5-year glimpse of what's happening residentially and commercially. This is the underlying part of the long-range financial plan model. We update this set of dynamic land uses, what we know and what we anticipate and the changes and how those changes are manifesting themselves. So to the question about is what's happening is development slowing. In some cases, we push them forward. In other cases, we're like, well, that era is now over. We're not going to be producing at the same rate that we used to produce. So this is very dynamic. There are several of the key staff we reach out and talk to. As an example, Tim Pate talks to the developers that he's working with on permits. Ann and I reach out and we try to figure out exactly what's going on. We then update this all the way out, as you can see now, to 2050. So this gives you that indication. The blue, for your reference, is obviously residential. We do that because it's Broomfield blue. I don't know if I got the right blue in this graph, and I apologize for that. Julie's story will say that I didn't do my right fonts or something, but generally speaking, this is a blue to show that. The green is there because that's the commercial side. So here, think about it. I just said that we lose a little bit on each residential home or multifamily unit, but we make it up on the green side. So as you can see, there are years where the green outpaces the blue. There's a nuance in this, just like there is with where this is just all residential in these blue bars. There's a difference between single family and multifamily from a cost and a net benefit perspective. The same is true with different classes of commercial. So as you can imagine, retail and restaurants produce at a different level of fiscal benefit to us than an office building does, than a gym might. You know, a 50,000 square foot gym facility is not going to produce much sales tax revenue and very little property tax. So we work on those things and do that. But this gives you a sense of what is coming based upon the model that we updated in January. You can't get more. So that includes, we pushed a couple residential properties back. We've also included what you just heard and discussed back in the late 2024 with Center Street coming forward and when it's coming forward and how it's coming forward. So as you recall, and just to kind of complete that thought, at one point we talked about lots of things coming forward with Center Street. And it was a very big vision. And now we've said, what can you do now? And that was at the direction of council. What can you produce? Get it done. Let's move it forward. And so all these things have been incorporated. So some of Center Street and Baseline has been pushed back so that we have the Center Street that's deliverable in the next 5 to 6 years, which is what their current plan is. So that's the explanation. That gives you a window of what this looks like. Oh my Lord, it is detailed. You can imagine when we're doing this, that we all get cross-eyed, we get really fun, and after 3 or 4 hours on one topic, we break. And then a week later, we'll do the other topics. So, but this was important, we felt, to give you that glimpse of what development looks like. Next slide, please. Part of those, that subset, as I already mentioned, are the 3 major developments that we talk about. We've been now starting to talk about a fourth, which is the Broomfield Urban Transit Center opportunity or development property. Some people know that it used to have a big building on it that is no longer there. But it's very difficult to say the former, I don't know if you've ever done this when you go to a small town, whether it be in Iowa or something, and you ask for directions from somebody at a gas station or at a convenience store, and they say, well, you make the second left after Merle's house that got torn down 5 years ago. We're trying not to do that. It doesn't matter what was there before anymore because the developers were seeking on the event center don't know there was something before. So that's why you'll start hearing this. Jennifer is like prompted, she and I keep trying to figure out, should we have a contest to name that property? Because it's really hard to say Broomfield Urban Transit Center development project, development site, but we're working through that. Anyway, moving back though, here's the three catalytic developments. This gives you that snapshot. You've seen this from me about every year. It obviously changes because our developers who are in charge of these, as Anna already alluded to, we don't control timing of the development. We don't necessarily control a lot of it. You have approved the SDPs. There's variability. They could build a little bit less within that SDP. They could bring the timing on. So we try to keep this updated as we can. Jennifer asked that I updated honestly on Wednesday and Thursday. So this, you can't get much fresher than this. Doesn't mean that, you know, in 3 months, I'm not gonna update it again. It just says, this is where we are. So this is what the expectation is. The key points here is when the build period is, because that's important for everybody to understand, and this is based upon what the developers are telling us. Talking about what the annual revenue is that's generated, and then what our financial support is. And so we've done that. And then the other part that I think is always important is these agreements have been in place. So these percentages, the Center Street agreement was approved in 2021 or 2, I can't remember, but it was approved and that's where the percentages are. But even those were an extension of a previous agreement that was in place well before 2019. So I just want you to know that share of pledged sales tax and property tax is something that's been in place for probably a decade and a half.
When it was called North Park.
North Park, and then it changed its name, Broomfield Town Square. That agreement was put in place in 2019. And so that share of agreements are there, and that's what the requirements are. So, and then this one, if you recall, parts of this council approved roughly 2 years ago, which is the Flatirons Crossing redevelopment, the Main Street redevelopment. And that one, we switched from being a percentage, we did all the math, but we felt the better way to go in working with them is we went into a fixed payment system. All of that is said, underneath there, we just talked about the other affected districts, and then just last line, and I'm just gonna say before it looks like Jennifer wants to add a few things to this, but the last line tells you what year that support is done being obligated, more or less, when do these agreements end? So as you can see, Flatirons, as an example, ends in 2037, Broomfield Town Square ends in 44, and Center Street 2049. Manager Hoffman.
I was just gonna add actually, Councilmember Marshall and I had this conversation earlier this week. When we're talking about prior development agreements, and at what point during the development phase does that door lock? So the agreements on Broomfield Town Square, that's gonna continue to, we're gonna be bringing back, in the next 2 weeks, business development, transfer of land, and establishing an urban renewal area. So each one of these developments, so although the agreement was made in 2019, that's when the key went in the lock. 2023 was when the lock was turned. So the agreement in 2023 solidified and confirmed all of those components that we talked about in 2023 when we brought back to council that 2019 agreement. So when there are conversations that circulate about to what degree can we shift, that degree was greatly reduced in 2023 with the approval of the STP. The reason Flatirons is so important is because what we learned from North Park on the show us the great pretty pictures, and then we think from a staff and from a council perspective, oh my gosh, that looks awesome. Let's go ahead and do 50% of this or 25% of this and 25% of that based on the original proposal from the developer. What doesn't happen in development is developers don't spend their money. They spend other people's money, which is why they're developers. But the original agreement with the sales tax, property tax, use tax, all of these other accoutrements that we throw in financially do not adjust when their original picture adjusts. So what we were able to do, Jeff was the brainchild of this, with the Flatirons Crossing, is to be able to say, from a Broomfield stewardship perspective, we're not going to have the deals, the historic deals that were done in the past. Too much volatility and too much giving away without getting something in return. So for Flatirons, we developed that ratio. You can develop based on market, X number of residential, but then you have to develop what you told us you were going to develop before you do anything else based on market. So it was that real, it's what a true partnership looks like. You give a little, I'll give a little. If you tell me you're gonna give a little and then you don't, please don't expect me to bring back to my council and say, let's fulfill a different vision or obligation. Catalytic developments aren't necessarily, well, I should take out necessarily. These catalytic developments are not big financial revenue generators for us. Jeff, this afternoon, when we talk about the redo or the update of the long-range financial plan, there's a bottom line. And so when it looks like the number we need to pay attention to is not the revenue that it's going to generate. The number we need to pay attention to, staff and the community, is when you finish taking all of the 50% of this and 25% of this and another 50%, what's left? That's what we need to be paying attention to. And it isn't, it's just like that the housing, the long-term impact. We have to look at what that long-term impact is and not the 2 million or the 4 million one-time shot. We have to look over the 20 years, 30 years of what's that's going to cost us. The reason we have to do that is because it should influence the decisions that we make today of what we are obligating ourselves to in our community over the next 30 years. It's not nearly as comfortable, I think is the right word. When we have to look at these long-term bottom lines. Flatirons is an excellent investment because that is the reason we are strong and solid and stable financially now and in the future. That is our revenue generator, is Flatirons. Macerich has been really remarkable partners going back and forth with Jeff and I on how to detail what the end result looks like. So when we think about these catalytic developments, again, these are not, and we need to manage expectations that catalytic developments makes us money. Brookfield Town Square is not going to make us money. We've all talked about that. That's an amenity. And the decision has been made that that amenity is worth it. When we look at Center Street, amping up the ability to make those dollars work for us only comes after you have the substitution of each one of those pass-through dollars. The one that makes us money that's viable short-term and long-term is Flatirons Crossing. So again, when we think of catalytic development, people often go to, those are our big revenue generators in the north, in the south, and in the middle. And again, we need to be all on the same page that when we discuss them, we use them as geographical engines, not necessarily financially generating engines. Does that all make sense?
So if I could, just to kind of build on that point and make the transition out of the next slide, but Center Street, or not Center Street, sorry, Flatirons Crossing, if you recall, part of the rationale, and probably the most important rationale, at least from my perspective as an economist, was we wanted to solidify that sales tax revenue that we were getting forward. And so that 1.5 million, that's not new square footage. There is new square footage that's going in there in a high-five neighborhood. But there is also as Ann already pointed out, they've been re-tenanting the mall. Many of you have gone to those stores like Lululemon and other stores, and they tell me, I'm like, I can't remember these stores, but if my kids were still living here, and at that age, I'd probably be knowing about these stores, but there's a Japanese candy store, if I recall, and some others that are like the hot stores now, and just a number of stores. So they've been retending. If you go in the mall today, they've redone the floors, so they've really changed the mall, really brought it forward and reinvested in. The escalators are closed right now because they're completely tearing those escalators out, just like your home, 20 years. Sometimes you gotta replace your furnace or something else. They are replacing their capital stock within it. So the purpose of this one was both to create place and continue place, but also to solidify that revenue. And I'm gonna come back to that as we move forward. So, on a different perspective, but I just wanted to reinforce, this was not just done from the standpoint of creating a great development. This last one was done to create revenue streams and maintain those revenue streams. Next slide, please. So we have talked, I've mentioned, other people have mentioned the long-range financial plan. This is something that Broomfield has been doing since 2004, as indicated on the slide. The modeling assumptions get evolved every 8 years. We rebuild those things. We rethink about the relationships. Those are done on a structural standpoint. And the reason why you don't do those and make a change in the main models every 6 months or years, because you don't have consistency and reliability within it. So you want to do those on a regular basis, which we did in 4, obviously, 13 and 21. We're about to undertake that in 2025. We've already started the work. So there was, and part of the reason for that was in our conversations as staff, the feeling was there's been an awful lot of structural change in our economy and within our community, and we need to do it now. We can't wait 4 more years for that traditional cycle of an update. Secondly, though, I would say every year, the model stays somewhat consistent and the approach stays consistent, but every year we bring in new information. As mentioned earlier, I showed you that blue and green graph that shows what developments look like. We revisit that at least yearly and sometimes more frequently. So we update things, we think about things, we look at the cost structures. We're not living in construction costs of 2021 or 2013 or 2004. Those things all get evolved. At the same time, based upon conversations with council members and feedback from council members, if you recall the way we used to report this, for those of you who've been on council from a long time ago, and you hear me say it, and I'm pretty close to that number because it was just like one of those haunting numbers. But we used to say stuff like the fiscal impact of this project will be 104.36572, be changed to 104.36571. And council, when I first did that a couple of times, everybody, council member Lim, you're kind of laughing, but I remember people saying, what does that mean? And so we changed at your direction, kind of your leadership to say, tell us a number, please, just tell us like everybody else does. So in 2022, all your memos switched over to, hey, here's the net fiscal impact, and this is the dollar amount. So it'll say stuff like $313,000. Those are obviously not imperfect numbers, but they give you the sense of magnitude and sense of direction. And when I talk to my colleagues, you know, like Rick Dwabik and Stephen Weiler and all my other economist colleagues, we all hate when people ask us for a specific number because what we're really good at is direction and magnitude. That's what economists do. That's why economists tend never to tell you it's $336,432.26. My friend Graham Clark will give you the pennies. I stay in thousands and millions, and I do other things, but I feel more comfortable in that kind of approach. So that's what we have been doing. That is what's happened since 2021. We did do an update, as mentioned, and then that is where we are now. Next slide, please. I want to, before I go into what we're going to be doing this year with the long-range financial plan, Mayor, which is, so I'm 2 slides away from break, just because I know you always like to make sure I'm going on time. So 2 things here. One is we have been undertaking, this is the direction of the city county manager. I think we've shared it with you several times, but we are doing an economic analysis and a study of both Broomfield and specifically west of US 36. So that study is looking at the Interlochen Flatirons and Arista area as a whole and talking about what that is. So as I mentioned around Flatiron's Crossing. And the primary reason in my mind of why we really wanted to focus and get that development agreement and get that reinvestment, because we didn't want the mall and the sales tax to slowly fade away like we're seeing in some other malls. We wanted to encourage that reinvestment, which research is doing. We also are concerned about commercial property tax. And so I've mentioned that before in a couple of council briefings over the last 6 months, that this is an issue that we have. To give you some sense of that, that's what that first bullet's about, is we want to understand that. To give you a sense, I'm just gonna say a couple numbers. We have put these in slides, but we'll put them in slides in the future, but when we come to you in March 18th, which is the plan for the study session about this report, Broomfield's commercial residential market value combined between single family and multifamily is $16.2 billion. That is $1.3 billion in assessed values, okay? The commercial side, the value is $3.5 billion. Commercial property tax assessment is $960 million. So pretty close to being, it's really about 55-45, but it's pretty close to being balanced, even though that value difference is vastly different. So what happens with our commercial property tax is critically important to how we think about our property tax revenues going forward. And so that's why we're doing this. And I have some other numbers, but I'm not going to go through those, but that shows you the relatively equal 55-45 or 53-47 between commercial and residential values or property tax assessments, but vastly different for values. So the thing is it is, while it's not as big as all the single family homes and multifamily homes from the standpoint of that, it is critically important to our property tax. It's a lot of our property tax. So making sure that stays strong, figuring out how to invest in that and cause that to continue to go forward is the point of that first bullet. And once we have that study completed, then we're going to be talking about what should we be doing also, because it's one thing to know, it's another thing to do. Second item though is this, which many people have asked about, is this, are we going to be updating long-range financial plan? We've alluded to it. Lynn talked about it during the work plan and talking about the comp plan and some other things. So here's the detail. Next slide, please. This is what we are doing and started already. So we are updating the land use plans. You saw the first draft of it. That's what that showed. We have to look at it a little bit more because we want to understand the balancing of it. And then also further focus on the current development types and making sure that we're capturing that correctly. I.e. single family slow down. Let's not put a lot of single family and let's push that back out years. Do we think more single families coming? Yes, but when? Second item is look at and bring in our 2024 actual revenues and expenses. So as you know, we're on the 2025 budget now. The 2024 year has ended, but we have not finished the auditing and closing out of all those books. That will be happening in the next roughly 6 weeks. At which point then we'll know all of our final actuals. And so those will be loaded into the model as we begin to go forward. That's another data point. We're going to update economic and market and development. Obviously, one of the greatest concerns that we're thinking about, as I already mentioned, was hybrid work, remote work, other things which are going to affect the demand for offices. So bringing those in. Also cost of construction. What is the percentage of remote online shopping? Before COVID, it was in the 3 to 5% range. It had grown almost up to 13 to 15% here in most of the US. Now it's shrunk back down to the 12 to 13%. So what is that looking like and how does that impact our revenues and other things? So those kinds of economic and market things we used as an example of the International Shopping Center data for yields per square foot for different types of retail. So all of those comes in and we try to make sure it's the most updated information that either we have or we can get from outside sources. We may actually bring in some consultants to help out some elements of that because we can do some research, but there's some things where people know better than us. So that's one place where we may be bringing some consultants in to focus on elements of this model because we have a very unique, and when I say unique, we're one of the few cities that actually do this. I only know of other cities that do it to quite the same structure and reliability that we do here in Broomfield. And I know a fair number of people that kind of pay attention to this work. There are cities outside of Colorado that are doing some of this, and we know those consultants. We will finish up and create and finalize the updated frameworks, assumptions, and model. They'll all be incorporated into the model, in the third or fourth quarter of this year. We will then create a report and documentation, so that it's just like we had before, so we can go online and look at the 2021 report and see it, or the 13 reports, they're on our website. So we'll have that updated. We may bring somebody in, to help us produce those documents, as well as review the final look at the model. And I don't mean look, I mean, how does it work and function, does it represent? Finally, then, in 2026, Mayor, and council members, we will be providing, two things into your financial analysis section of your memos. One will be like we've been doing now, the dollar number of when it becomes stabilized. And then also, Mayor, I heard you very clearly a couple of times from the podium, as we presented something like, could you tell us how it's accumulating? And so that we get a running sense, because it's great to know that it's 313,000, but does that mean we've done 3 million in the last year? Does that mean we're positive 3 million? So we'll be reporting that in. And then this is the last thing that I just want to say, and beginning and ongoing, then with our presentations that Graham and I do, where we come to you about every 3 to 4 months, including the big kickoff in August, where we really run through it. In August, you will see a very short report, but a consistent report. It'll probably be 4 or 5 pages. But it's going to tell you exactly what's going on with it and put it all together in one place. And this is something that Manager Hoffman has really wanted us to do, is to put together something and say, not only here's the status of the budget, here's the status of the economy, what is the status of development? And how does that look both for next year, but also for a few years out? So I believe we try to capture all of the questions and desires of council, by representing this. This gives you the timeline. My resignation will be occurring right about here. Jennifer and I have this thing like I'm not allowed to, but anyway, I can't retire until, I don't know, I guess all this plus all those catalytic developments are open.
As soon as the last development agreement is paid off.
I think you were gonna say when baseline finally builds out, but,
Whatever's sooner.
yeah. But, so that really concludes this section on the long-range financial plan, bringing it all together. We've heard the economy, we've heard a little bit about development. You now hear how we're planning to update all of our models so that you guys get, going all the way back to the first thing that Jennifer Hoffman said as part of the presentation, data-driven decision-making. My part of my responsibility to the city county manager and to all of you, through her, is to provide you data about the economy and data about how development is impacting the number one goal of this community, which is financial sustainability and resiliency. So that is what all this is really geared towards, to give you that information. So when you're making decisions, you're balancing. This does not say, how does it make, parks better? I can't do that. You hear that from other things, you hear that from the constituents, but I can tell you what the cost of those things are as best I can. So at that, Mayor, I've completed.
Wonderful.
You alluded to a few points where reports would be posted online and things like that. I don't have a good feel for, is council going to have any update as this process evolves? Or are we just going to get an end product?
You were asking about my December joke. No, I suspect you will hear from, and Graham, I think one of your slides has when we're coming with certain updates to council about financial things. In those updates, we will give you an update of where we are in the status of these things. But and we may come up with some draft reports and start sharing those here to get reaction. Because I think it's always important to look, hey, I can write it one way, but it's so much better when you get the audience reaction, if you will. And so at some point we may have some draft reports, but the reality is there will be updates related to the financial updates that we normally do in economic updates. But this is when the reports, they will be incorporated into all memos from that point forward, just like we do now, but there'll be the updated information. And this will start when we start doing those normal reports every quarter going forward. So I won't have this part of it ready until then, because we've got to get this model reconstructed and built correctly. And when I say built correctly, I don't mean like it's flawed now. but it's got to be updated because the economy's evolved from those structures even 4 or 5 years ago. Is that,
Yes, I mean, I'd rather not, like, just have a final end product, I'd rather have like some kind of milestones and updates to count, if possible, if in the check-ins.
did you know I tried never this? She tells me one
When
time.
we, Councilmember Lynn, part of the 5 times we'll touch with the budget before we get to, oh gosh, so not this one, but the other slide, and Graham will go over this, in detail. We're adding 3 additional touch points this year to budget conversations. So it won't be just specific to the long-range financial plan, milestones, but it'll be those, here's where we are, here's where we're going, here's what we thought was gonna happen and wasn't. So each time that we have that conversation, so in other words, to your point, by the time we get to September, it's not gonna be the first time that you're hearing each one of these components. September, October, by the time we get to the budget, it'll be the comprehensive overview of what each one of those pieces look like.
In those budget updates,
Yeah.
I mean, long-range financial plan to me means, 10 years, at least. So
Sure.
are we going to get, this is what it means now, this is what we thought it would mean, this is what it actually means, and this is what it means next year? Are we gonna get that in the long run? That I think of associated with the long run?
Sure. It's difficult to do that. It's difficult to do that because it's, not only is it complicated and not only is it complex, but when we're doing quarterly updates, there's not enough time in order for the last quarterly updated to be updated. And the level of work that it takes in order to do these comprehensive dive and analysis, it's not it feeds into a quarterly update, but not a thorough update every single time. I mean, the work to get to the budget updates that we have, particularly in the system that we have. Danae will talk a little bit about transitioning from the stereotypical manual system that we have. It's our Achilles heel. There's just no doubt about it. So I want to manage expectations. It's not as if like it's a secret decoder ring that we're holding something back and then we're going to say, and here it is. We will do our level best. We are committed to bringing you along to the greatest degree possible. 2 years from now, when we've implemented ERP, the enterprise system, I mean, our system is 25 years old. So again, it is a yeoman's lift in order to produce spreadsheet 1, spreadsheet 2, spreadsheet 3. We're teasing as we're putting this, we're teasing each other. That part of the naming conventions, for anybody that knows, I'm gonna look at Councilmember Delgadillo. Who knew how important naming conventions were? We understand that now. Because each one of these is, we were talking about FS. Being a naming convention, we were all like, FS, what is the, for sure 2.0, is this a for sure the final, or is this a for sure the final on Tuesday, right? So again, when we transition into that automated upfront structured, kicking out these reports, being able to be transparent with our community, and with each other, will be significantly different. The transition will be,
What I see, the need for, since
Yeah.
fiscal sustainability is our foundational priority, it is the top priority.
sure,
We just want to ensure that we're going along in the process with an even, quarterly updates to include all of these financial plans. Because as we've seen, we're going to be the ones accountable, if things go south. So I think that's more of what Councilmember Lamb and my colleague would just want to kind of be brought along in the process.
We're going to do our level best to do that.
Perfect. All right,
We're gonna do our best
I know.
to do that.
All right. Any other questions, y'all? It is coming up on noon and we have a working lunch for legal training. So I'm going to go ahead and call for an executive session. And then Ms. Rogers, we're gonna conduct this in the lunchroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can take a quick break. So I move that council go into an executive session over the lunch hour for the purpose of obtaining legal advice and training updates regarding quasi judicial matters, open meeting and records laws, procurement policies, and council's future action process as permitted by CRS 24-6-4024B. May I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Henkel. As a reminder, an executive session request requires 2/3 vote of council. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. The executive session for legal training will take place over lunch. Ms. Rogers, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be reconvene back here at 1 to continue the focus session.
Right.
The red light went out.
No.
Now we.
You can stop with it. I'm not gonna do it. Go,
Taking everything.
yeah.
Macrame, that's my favorite. You can make good friends and be more cheap.
All right, well, welcome back. I'll go ahead and get started. This is not the best spot right after lunch. I know everybody's a little hungry. Or they've already eaten and now they're quite tired probably. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Graham Clark, Finance Director. This afternoon, we'll be reviewing some preliminary numbers from the unaudited year of 2024. We'll also aim to provide a reason why we say Broomfield is in a stable but fragile position. We'll look forward to some short-term projections for 2025 and 2026. And we'll also summarize some of the upcoming bond issuances, including timing and amounts. As Jen mentioned, we have set aside time to discuss the enterprise at some upcoming meetings. So this afternoon, we'll just be focused on the general fund. So when you see these numbers, there'll be preliminary general fund. And if not, I will mention it. Next slide. So Jeff touched on this a little bit, but the local economy provides slight growth over the next couple of years. CCOB still has a general fund expenditure growth, although inflation's come down. CCOB has about 4 or 5% in expenditure growth and about 3%, a little bit more than 3% we're projecting in revenue growth, preliminarily sales tax and property tax. So the 2025 and 2026 projections show moderately higher expenses than revenues. With a possibility of that gap growing depending on the commercial property tax component that Jeff touched on earlier. So in terms of the budget, we will continue the budget philosophy of reallocation of resources, which Jen touched on earlier. And as opposed to adding, we'll be more adjusting the current budgets to reflect actuals. The overall goal of these principles is not only to spend wisely, but also some increased financial acumen as an organization, not just in finance, but with all departments. But in general, as we head into the 2026 budget development cycle, I would say overall, we can not plan for what we want, but rather what we can afford. Next slide. So I do want to touch on a couple of key budgeting goals. One of which was to get to 20% reserve, which we just did early in 2025. So we just achieved that goal. It was about a 4 or 5 year process. Started at about 15% and made it all the way to 20% just this year. So that's a very big accomplishment that a lot of entities don't get to. You might remember that we received an upgrade in our bond rating in the general obligation and water bonds back in September. This will be helpful as borrowing rates will be cheaper when we go out to bond. We'll get to talk about that a little bit later. Another good goal that we had was to spend one-time dollars for one-time projects. We did that with ARPA specifically around the Broomfield Heights project and especially around the pavement management also, and some fiber work as well. Another item we did in our CIP was adding a cost escalator on all projects in the out years, which was not done before. These have all been done to improve CCOB's financial landscape. Next slide. You may have seen this slide before. Broomfield has allocated funding to align with the community goals. So fiscal sustainability remains a top priority, and the items I just talked about touches on that. On top of the upgraded bond rating and 20% reserve achievement for fiscal sustainability, another one that we've worked on is in the public safety One example is adding 26 FTEs to the police department over the last 4 or 5 years. And again, we also leverage the one-time ARPA dollars for the critical infrastructure part of the pie as well. Next slide. So this is one of my favorite slides. It's really important, and you may have seen this one before, but it's very important that we keep the governmental funds and the enterprise funds and fiduciary funds very separate. That we can now repurpose the enterprise fund for general fund and vice versa. We talked a lot about that during the enterprise discussions. As we start to discuss Broomfield's financials going forward, instead of just saying Broomfield generally, it's more appropriate to talk in a more nuanced conversation about the general funds and the enterprise funds as kind of a distinct approach needs to be taken to both of the different funds, both the governmental funds and the enterprise funds. And we want to make sure that we're doing that in the appropriate way. So we want to shift how we discuss those going forward. You can largely think about the orange or the fiduciary funds as pass-through money that we collect for the benefit of other entities. So it's not really kind of a spending mechanism that we have for the orange there. Next slide. So again, we'll talk about the general funds. This is preliminary, very unaudited results. Want to be very clear about that. These numbers will certainly change as we head into the next month or two. As you can see, for funds 1 and 2, we came in under budget, both in revenue and expenses. Now, there's still some outstanding accruals that'll happen, so these numbers will be less of a variance to the budget. But in general, you can be assured that the two offset. And so coming in at budget is very helpful for the bond ratings, as it's and it's also a good starting point as we start the conversations for the 2026 budget development conversations. So this is just a snapshot of where we are. You can see that ending fund balance at 20 million might look healthy right now. We'll get into 25 and 26 projections in just a second. We'll be doing a lot of year-end activities over the next month, and then we'll be audited. So again, these numbers will change, but I did want to give a brief snapshot of where we are. Next slide. So during this forecast period, revenue will steadily increase, but not at an accelerated rate. And we do project in 2025 and kind of going forward that more expenditures will occur than revenues. You can see the darker one is now kind of, you can see it's pretty close in 2024, and some of the out years it gets a little bit bigger. So by doing this, this does erode the fund balance. This is why it's a stable environment, a stable but fragile environment that we're in, because any levers that are changed or moved, whether it be state run or locally in terms of maybe the commercial property tax development, all these can shift these numbers quite a bit. So these are variable for sure.
Grim, can you talk about this slide a little bit more? Just because, I mean, this isn't the first time that we've seen a slide that's looked like this, and the last time, every time that we've seen a slide that's looked like this, we've gotten a lot of public comments in terms of it looks like you're overspending every year. So this is, if nothing changes in terms of our revenue or our expenses, this is the trajectory that we take. And so if our revenue stays as it's projected, we have to do something about our expenses because we can't overspend what we don't have.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So our projections, what we're seeing is the expenditures on the personnel and just the inflationary measures are more like the 4, generally 5%. And the revenues we project at about 3%. So that's where you'll see that gap just kind of grow and grow. And just like in your own checking account, if you spend all of your checking account, then you'll have to take out some savings, right? And that's essentially what we would be doing here, because we do have fund balance that, we could dip into. That's not best practice necessarily unless it's planned, but that's essentially what we'd be doing is we would be dipping into the fund balance or your quote unquote savings account in these out years if we don't adjust our spending appropriately.
Yeah, and Council, Mayor Pro Tem, let me add. Over the last 3.5 years, if you remember the council focus session in 2022, there was an 8% gap. So think about the house where we had, here's how much it costs us, 4,000. Here's how much revenue we get, 2,100, that delta. So consistently, why you have a staff is that not only do we have to have a balanced budget, but we have to have a balanced budget and keep service levels where they are and adapt and increase to a changing environment and implement new policies. So it kind of gets back to what Councilmember Lim was asking before, saying, can we have an update, an in-depth update look at these milestones quarterly throughout the year? And part of the conversation is, it is so fungible throughout the year to be able to accommodate, adjust, understand the revenue that's coming in order to bring you all a balanced budget at the end of the year. So it will continuously look like this, which is why, one of the reasons we adjusted in 2021 to say, we are no longer doing a budget based on expenses. Our budget is only based on the revenues. And so when you take snapshots in time, that's why it's misleading. It's misleading in that it leads you to believe something that isn't fungible. It's a snapshot. So when we have these graphs, back to your point, to be able to say, so 2023, you'll see these are very important here. So the actuals, right? Projected, and then estimate. So as we move through the year, we're gonna continue in those three veins, those three variables of, again, projecting for that current year snapshot, understanding what the actuals are as they come in. So every month, obviously, we get the sales tax, but it runs a month in arrears. And so again, by the time we get done, that's the difference between the AFCAR. We continue to get conversations about projections based on actuals. Those numbers aren't going to match. They're never gonna match. And it doesn't matter if you're taking a hindsight look or a forward look. Those numbers aren't going to be, they're not meant to be balanceable. A budget is a plan. And it's going to shift based on outside forces and internal forces. So we will do a better job, Mayor Pro Tem, putting these in context. But it's important to have that those three variable buckets are something that we constantly look at throughout the year. Again, actuals versus projected versus estimates. So you have to have those three to have a comprehensive view of what happens next.
I was gonna ask Graham about, in terms of the context, have you looked at where we sit in terms of like a per capita expenditure compared to other communities of this size? In other words, where are the factors? Do we spend about the same per citizen as Loveland or Castle Rock? Are revenues about the same? Or where are the variants? You've already shown us we're at the low end in terms of tax revenue, in terms of our rates. Where are they spending that extra revenue?
Yeah, it gets quite convoluted because we are a city and county. And so we can't compare ourselves to Denver in any way. We are on the lower side, I would say, but because we have the county, it's very hard to do that kind of apples to apples variance analysis on that, but I'd say that we are on the lower side, but
then how do you adjust whether our expenditures, are we spending less per citizen? No, we could be more efficient, I don't know. You know, I mean, obviously we can't compare to Denver, they have an airport and a hospital and all these other expenditures. But there's gotta be some peers we're looking at to see whether we're less efficient or more efficient in terms of our per capita or per roof spending.
so
Where
government.
are the factors that are coming in? Is it debt? Is it investment? Is it payroll? Is it something special in this community that we spend money on.
Let me add this really quick, Graham.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at it from a totality, it's kind of like when we're looking at the enterprise and we say per capita, what do our surrounding communities spend? It's difficult to know how old their water rights are, how well they've done asset management, what is their staffing. So you'll notice that when we do bring the budgets, when departments bring their budgets, Councilmember Cohen, you can do a deep dive in library services where we are per capita. Clay does a deep dive on where we are for recreation services, primarily cost recovery. So department by department, we do that per capita. But having an overall, each one of our communities is so vastly different, even in addition to being a city and county, even if you were to segregate out just city services and just county services, that per capita really is department by department. We know we're the lowest for funding for libraries. I can see Catherine's chart in my head right now, when we were trying to, when we were thinking about doing the mill levy increase. And we were significantly lower in the library. However, we're higher than surrounding areas, for example, for libraries, for Parks and Rec. So our recreation services were at about we used to be at 60, I would say now with the cost, we're probably at 50% cost recovery. So think about that dollar. 50% is what our residents pay for that cost recovery for our rec services. Of course, we're the only community that have 2 world-class rec centers within a mile of each other. So that also impacts that model of the per capita spending.
Yeah, so basically the point of this, is that we've absorbed in a lot in 2023, 2024, even into 2025, and we cannot do that anymore, from a financial, perspective. Next slide. So, the plan in 2025 into 2026 is to stabilize. We have very limited ability to add any new programs or items in the next year. The approach to the 2026 budget development to the departments and staff is that we have little capacity to add more. And as such, we're asking the departments not to add a lot of FTEs in the 2026 budget, and no additional 2025 mid-year FTEs. And so if you look at here on this graph, the general fund, you can see in 2025 it remains viable. And there's a note down here that we have committed $7 million to the police building. So we took out 10% of the additional property taxes for cash funding, 10% of the first 10% of the $70 million roughly police building, which we'll be talking about a little bit later in terms of the bond issuances. So if you take out that $7 million, which is in that ending fund balances, it would result in about $5 million of a projected ending balance in 2026. For a community this size, that's a relatively small number, even though we do have the 20% reserves. You can see that it's heading in the wrong direction, I guess is the point. And it's not sustainable. Next slide. So this is overall our revenue, and this does include enterprise because we have the charges for services here. But we continue to see moderate increases. Similarly, if you look at revised 2024 to proposed 2025, that's a pretty small increase. This is a good time to mention that we could see that, again, that reduction in the commercial property tax values, which is why we want that ending fund balance to be very healthy in case there are any changes to that assessment that happens here in a couple of years, or would affect us in a couple of years. If we do see a reduction in the commercial property values, we will very likely have to make some cuts to the service levels, in the future. So it is gonna be a trade-off discussion. However, we would categorize most of these as stable besides kind of the commercial, property tax at this point.
Are we expecting that valuation, the valuation that comes out this year, are we expecting the commercial to be reflected in that?
It would affect us in 2027.
But we'll know this year.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Well, if I could just add,
Yeah, Jeff might have some more information.
so the way that it works, the assessor, under the Colorado law, the assessor has to look at what the current market shows. Since the market will be flowing through some of that revaluation through sales and other things, it may not actually be fully realized by the 2027 year, it may actually be delayed until 2029, but we just don't know how that revaluation is gonna occur in the marketplace, not in the systems, if that makes sense. So we may only capture part of it. Which is a good sign.
We are monitoring that very closely, especially in the assessor's office. Next slide. So I get the question a lot. So where does our money go? We get this money and where does it go? So this slide is a very big picture. It's intended to answer that very question. So you may hear that Broomfield has nearly a $600 million budget. In fact, you can see 38% is just passed through, right, to other entities like the fire district and school districts and whatnot. So that just goes right out the door. About 45% is used for operations, just day-to-day operations. And you can see 15% roughly is capital. This is a pretty normal year. This is the 2025 budget. So this is in general where our money goes. Very, very important that not only council understand this, but also the public. You can see our debt service and lease is relatively small for a community our size. And so that's good as well. Next slide. So as we mentioned, we'll be continuing reallocation of resources as opposed to adjusting the current budget to reflect the actual spend. The additional adds, such as the items on February 18th at the study session, those are expenses that we would have a very difficult time incurring. You can see them right here: minimum wage, value-based procurement, and the fee reimbursement. We cannot continue to absorb additional programs without discussing these trade-offs and what sort of core services could be reduced. Again, these would have significant impacts on our financials. With that, I'll move over to the debt structure and some of our debt issuances coming up this next year. As Jen mentioned, over the last 5 years, we've been primarily paying off debt, and we have a $46 million COP that'll be defeased in 2027, so that'll be coming off the books. Rating agencies continue to analyze Broomfield's financial position especially as we bond over the next year. Again, we've paid off debt recently, which has helped our bond ratings, and then we did get updated last year. And this is not a reason to take on new debt, but it does make it cheaper when we go out to bond. As you can see in our debt portfolio, it's pretty diversified, covering a lot of different services in Broomfield. Yesterday, we just received word that our bond rating for Borough was refinanced, and it was a AA-, and a moral obligation is graded 2 steps lower. So it does put Broomfield's rating at a very high rating, one of the highest in the state. Again, that'll be very important as we do 3 bonds in the next year, which we'll get to in the next couple slides. Next slide. This is a snapshot of Broomfield's overall debt and the total obligations. This was updated for ending in December 31st, 2024. So you can see right now we currently have $386 million outstanding, which again is on one of the lower ends for a community this size. Next slide. So I did talk about the police building. We have committed to funding roughly about $7 million up front for that police building, which will leave about a $63 million bond issuance. And that'll be a general obligation bond or a COP, depending on what our financial advisors advise on that. And then, of course, you've been very familiar with the water tanks and the wastewater treatment facility expansion. So both of these they're not in the budget for 2025, but we will be doing an issuance in January or February of next year for these, for construction to start right away. So that's where we're heading on the debt.
Greg, can I ask you?
Yeah,
We have citizens often come before us and make statements like, we're in a terrible financial position, that we have terrible debt, that we're going out of business. Did you talk a bit more about, you said just a second ago that we have among the lowest bonding levels among our cities, but, what is the expectation in terms of percent of budget that would be debt? I mean, is there a rule of thumb here that you use or could explain to us? What's the value of adding more debt in order to be able to do these projects that we guys have right there? Particularly the water tanks and the wastewater treatment projects. Talk a bit more about that, because I'm always frustrated when I hear this said, because over my whole career, that's how you build things, that's how you fix things, that's how you meet the needs of your clients or constituencies. You can't do it by cash, you have to express debt. Our bond ratings are very high, which means there's a great deal of trust in how we manage our debt, as city manager said a little while ago. But I think for all of us to hear something maybe a bit more specific about debt, how much debt is appropriate.
Yeah, it's a really good question and one that's really important. As Bruce mentioned, it is the main way to pay for long-term facilities, such as a wastewater treatment plant or a water tank that's gonna last 30 years. The best thing to do is debt finance those. That happens everywhere, at every municipality. Generally, the rule is about 10%, less than 10% of your debt to revenue ratio. So right now, we're at about 4.5. But in general, that's kind of the best practice is under 10%.
Yeah.
And so we're at 4.5, and probably a little bit lower after these were just updated. So that was kind of like our 2024 number. And so it is pretty common. So we have, and that's what the rating agencies, they've got criteria that they provide everybody what the criteria is. They feel very good about our financial standing.
Okay, real quick, Greg, I think you mean debt payment, not debt.
Debt payment, yeah, annual debt payment, yeah.
Thank you. But also, refinancing bonds. I mean, that's again, a valuable strategy over time to reduce your costs. As rates come down, you take advantage of those rates. But again, we get, misinterpretations about why we're doing it. So if you could maybe elaborate a bit.
Yeah, so we're in constant communication with our financial advisors that look at that all the time. And obviously, in this interest rate market, it's not gonna happen for any of the refinancing, but in other years, when it was very low, that was certainly an option. And so we do have third parties that look at that. We talk to them quite a bit. It's not advantageous for us to do that probably in the next 2 or 3 years. It's not gonna be advantageous, but it certainly is. And Broomfield's done that before on at least 3 or 4 previous debt issuances where they've refinanced and.
Yeah, it reduces your costs, it
Certainly.
reduces the time, and it improves your bond rate. I mean, so why wouldn't we do it?
As long as, just like your mortgage, if you keep the time payoff the same. So one of those rules of refinancing is you don't want to extend further. So interest rates have to come down You have to be able to afford the payment, which it doesn't always come down, right? So your long-term comes down, but your immediate payment stays the same because you want your payoff to stay the same. So the event center that we just refinanced is an excellent example of that. We didn't refinance to bring down the interest rate. We've refinanced because we had collateral before. We don't have collateral anymore. We don't have a revenue stream. Which means you don't have a letter from the insurance company saying you have fidelity in what that bond looks like. So we had to go back to the bond market. We had to refinance. We're keeping the payment off, the payment payoff the same as it was before. So when Graham talks about the, we'll make a much bigger announcement after they go public with it.
Yes.
About
that's
the
not-
increase of
The other side of the coin is defeasing your debt, so you reduce your overall cost. And so the other side of that is you're reducing your overall payments
yes,
over time. So it goes both ways, depends on what the issue is, but there's typically, again, a financial advisor suggesting what we should be doing, and we're not doing this, you know,
Right.
people close to the bonding agencies, close to Wall Street. And we do this in order to reduce the overall effect of the paybacks.
consistently we do that. Royal Bank of Canada, RBC, is who we use for our detailed analysis.
So anyway, I want really the public to understand, when you all come to us to complain about our debt, it's not a problem for us. You're understanding what's going on.
Yeah, I would say historically Broomfield's been in a very good position. And we do talk to our financial advisors once a month at least, in terms of not only our future bond issuances, but is it a good time to refinance? What can we do, you know, that makes the most financial sense? So,
Thank you.
yeah. Next slide. Was there any other questions on debt? Yeah,
So we are talking about issuing the bonds for the police station next year. Two questions, though. One, just comment, we're paying off other debt,
Correct.
27,
Yeah.
so that's gonna be done. Question on the upfront 7 million. Is there financial benefit to having that upfront payment, or would it make more sense just to bond the whole amount?
well, there is, it makes sense because you're not, you know, you're not indebted as much, right? And so, you know, you're essentially paying that up front. You're reducing the amount of interest you pay over time. And, you know, it's pretty common that you do cash fund at least a little bit upfront, as much as you can. And if you're able to, it certainly helps, not only like with the rating agencies, you know, you're being in debt less, but, obviously those annual payments will be less as well.
I understand that, and I completely get that. I guess my question is related to our cash balance that we have. Given that you're talking about it dropping down to a level that we're not comfortable with, is it better to keep that cash balance higher versus a little bit of savings from the bond issuance?
No, we just need to make good decisions with the money that we have. So, we could use that as kind of an excuse to take on more expenses, but I don't think that's prudent.
And we've also, Councilmember Marshall, and that was part of the conversation with the community when we were on the receiving end of the increased property tax. That part of the conversation with the community was that increased amount was going to go towards the PD building. So again, we set aside those funds specifically for that and don't want to put that back in the general fund for any other expenditures other than what we committed to.
So we're gonna talk next steps. You can go back. In April, at the quarterly meeting, we will present enterprise revenue and expense updates. In May, we have a new budget study session. It'll be more high-level discussion. on our areas of focus for 2026 in the budget development. July, we'll have another quarterly meeting. And as Jeff mentioned, in August, we'll be coming back with the economic and fiscal study session. And then, of course, we'll have the department presentations in September and more budget information in September, along with the draft budget in September. And of course, in October every year, we do the first and second reading for the adoption. So that is the conclusion of the finance. Is there any other finance questions?
With the ERP, the change you guys are initiating, and have you got out to bid? You have a
Yeah, good question. So the ERP just went out last week, the RFP for the ERP, a lot of acronyms there. That went out last week, so we've already gotten a substantial amount of interest from several vendors. And so, in March, we'll be looking at those, we'll be demoing, having some vendors come in and demo both in March, April, and May. We hope to have a decision this summer on what ERP we're gonna be going to. And really, it's very exciting for staff because, as Jen mentioned, our old system is about 25 years old. The reporting is extremely difficult. And so, staff is really excited, to go forward with the new ERP, especially around reporting. We won't be doing as many spreadsheets. We're in so many spreadsheets right now, you wouldn't believe it. And so this is really gonna streamline, so finance and IT and everybody's on board, and we're really excited about that. The implementation will begin in the fall. Implementation is tough. There are several on our staff that have been through it before. It takes about 2 years. It can really deplete morale, but we've got a really good team, a lot of people that have done it before. And so we are excited to do that.
And I would say, city manager's comment about 2 years is accurate. I've done this 5 times, so I've been through it many times. So.
It's a lot of work. You know, there are turnover usually increases and people don't want to stay the whole time. There are several downsides, but overall it's going to be very much, again, we're very interested and eager to do the demos, which will start here pretty soon. So it'll be good. We will be doing some more staffing for the ERP. There's a lot of work, and so we do plan on doing that in the next several months as well.
Are we looking into any sort of AI-driven solutions to make our finance projections more efficient and things like that?
Yeah, I'll let Jen talk about it, but it's something we're certainly looking for.
That's the hot topic of this year, I'm telling y'all.
I'm gonna contain my excitement and energy. We have spent time preparing for what that means, particularly from a security standpoint. Getting back to kind of those naming conventions under what are the parameters and guidelines for our staff to access, utilize, explore in a sandbox, and the parameters that are around utilizing public information and doing digesting, and what it means to explore internal. So we've had a demo already. I was at a summit, got some great contacts, and immediately brought all of that back. So we also have a workshop that's coming on the 25th that explores specific to local governments, and for all of the department heads and CMO. If we are not embracing and engaging, our staff certainly is. So what that means, and for all of the staff that's listening, we have a lot of our staff that is online listening right now. I think the summit said it best, and that was anticipating from a local government perspective. IA is not going to replace positions. However, it is going to replace positions if those in that position don't know how to utilize IA. So it is Mach 5. There is no doubt about it. So doing it wisely, doing it intentionally, much like we do anything else. But again, putting those safety parameters and guidelines in place, while we have the emotional intelligence to enable our staff not to be paralyzed with this new technology. So we have a tremendous opportunity in 2025, not only to embrace ERP, and what that system means, but what that transformation, because it is transformational. IA is transformational. There is not one piece that will not be touched by embracing and being excited about what this technology looks like. So yes, much more to come. And so much of it starts at the leadership level so that people are not paralyzed with fear, but have it be more of an exciting opportunity for all of us to embrace as we walk through.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, there's a lot of people that would say, okay, at the state legislature, we are over, you know, the budget as a state, right? What can we dial back or what would we dial back? And then on top of that, I feel like sometimes we can even do that with some of our laws. What would AI, you don't have to answer this question, this isn't really a question. This is more about how can we figure out how to be more efficient within the systems that we have. So I know that we will be talking about, you know, if we add things on, it just adds more staff. But we could use AI to figure out where are inefficiencies, where we can, in certain positions, use AI to make your work more efficient. Does that make sense? So you're kind of pulling things off your plate, that could otherwise, you know, be that time spent utilized, you know, working with other coworkers in person and doing things like that, so.
Council members, go to that point exactly. If you were at 100% for any one of us, right? Not just for staff, but just as individuals. If you're constantly in your jobs or positions operating at 100%, which everybody loves to say, not only is it burnout, but your other piece of your brain that says, how can we do this better? You don't have capacity to do that. There's no conceivable way. So we're expecting people to do their jobs and think about how to do it better. We have to create capacity for them. If we had a room full of folks that were consistently at 80%, give me that all day. Because that 20% has to be creative. It has to be able to, we have to embrace failure. Innovation comes with failure. And if we're expecting perfection all of the time, or if we're looking at how something isn't working when we roll something out, that creates a culture that is not going to embrace AI. So being, again, intentional about how do we, the bottom line is, how do we do better for our community? Collectively. And AI is a big part of that. And will forever be. It is transformational for how we think and how we operate.
Yeah, I think it has a good effect. Your Coke is moving backwards. That was kind of funny. It was kind of the ghost moving here. Yeah, I love it because it frees up the brain instead of to do all the time, to be and to forecast and have that imagination. And I feel like that's just really important in every staff position. You know, no matter what position you're talking about, how do we improve systems within those systems? Where do I have the brain capacity to do that? If I'm not at least offloading maybe part of that to what AI can figure out for me, right?
So I think that's a leap. And I want to, again, manage expectations. The first part is embracing it safely, in a secured environment. So we'll get to the fun jazz hands. And by jazz hands, I mean, what does that mean from a service delivery model? So there's two AIs. There is predictive, which is which is pretty exciting to Graham and Jeff and I. So you dump the information in and it helps you figure out trends, forecasts, opportunities, threats. And then there's generative, which is takes the information that you have and it generates. That's the creative piece. As an organization and as individuals, we have to understand the difference between the two. In what circumstances is it best utilized? And to what degree will there be savings? We are not there. I can tell you that the conversations from my role at the City County Managers Association, there are states that have embraced AI. Arizona is one of them, about a year and a half ago, from a local government perspective. And she is one that has been a great contact for me to be able to say lessons learned. I can tell you in a year and a half of them implementing, there has not been an ROI cost savings. So again, I can remember when we were transitioning to Google, and you would have thought we, had been, recreating a new universe or something.
Outlook, or where were you, MSM?
We were in Excel and Microsoft. Trying to break down those silos, and the best way to break down a silo is to utilize a system that doesn't work in silos. Right? But you have an adaptive challenge now and you have a technical solution. We have to be mindful that those are two very different things. So the adaptive challenge means behavioral change from staff. And then the technical means the tools with which we all need to become comfortable with and how to utilize them. And the bottom line is all about how do we deliver better for our community? And that's really the primary focus. But yeah, we are all over it. We're gonna have a whole, as I'm looking at Roxy, she's even shaking her head affirmatively that she too is AI.
Well, and it really hones in on who we are as a city and county. We have this huge amount of people who work here in the tech industry. And that really kind of hones in on who we are. So I don't know.
Yeah, we are embracing it with a very high level of excitement.
Well, I think that's it for the finance, unless there's any other questions. We'll move on to the charter. Thanks.
Thanks, Graham.
Updating fun stuff. Thanks, Graham. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and public. Nancy Rogers, the City and County Attorney. I'm gonna tee up this next group of slides, which talks about what's coming down the pike. So, I want to revisit the issue of ballot questions and the charter ballot questions. Next slide. So, can either look at you or I can look at down here. I haven't gotten the two yet. My tingy. Okay, thanks, Steve. So I just want to remind council and the public that we have an initiative and a referendum process. The initiative is a way that residents can get a question put on our ballot. It's a proposed ordinance from residents. By our charter, though, it cannot be a budget ordinance, fund ordinance, taxes, salaries or tenure of city officials, zoning or rezoning of properties, or the acquisition of Broomfield properties. So really, we ask our residents on policy questions such as, I'm going to continue a chicken example that I used during lunch, a chicken ordinance, or some of you might have saw the story about Aurora's pit bull ordinance. That's the type of initiative that our charter allows our residents to bring forward. It can't be a tax question. And some of you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, we have our open space tax because of the citizen initiative. Not really. What that was citizens loving council, and council put that question on the ballot. So it was a grassroots effort, but it went to council and council made that decision because only council can put a tax question on the ballot. A referendum is a little different, where it's something is approved by council and the residents want to challenge it. And so there's certain requirements to challenge that ordinance. So, I'll use an example outside our community. I'll go back to the pit bull in Aurora. So Aurora City Council passes a pit bull ordinance. Residents challenge that ordinance by a referendum question. You know where we saw this? In our neighbor, Louisville, on the Red Tail Ridge. Like, that's when the council takes action and the residents challenge the action that they take. That can be done by referendum. There's specific requirements. One of the tightest one is it's got to be initiated 30 days after passage. So I don't think we've had an ordinance approved in the last 30 days. So all of our ordinances are out of the referendum period. Then you have council referred measures, and these are the majority of ballot questions that Broomfield historically has seen on their ballots. And council can submit pretty much any question they want. It could be an advisory question, it could be a tax question, it could be an ordinance that you decide to have the voters vote on. It really is pretty open for council. So the timeline for this year, oh, and I apologize, I have a typo in that, not 2026. We have to have these done, these questions ready for approval, really by June if we want to get the memo and the ordinance drafted. July 22nd, 2025 is the last council meeting to vote on any ballot questions that could be subject to referendum. Side note on that, our charter prohibits residents from challenging tax questions and questions to acquire property. So there's that same limitation in the referendum section that there is in the initiative section about what residents can challenge. So July 22nd, 2025 would be those general ordinances. The latest push is really August 12th, 2025 for non-referendum ballot questions, your tax questions, acquisition of land questions. Really, for our timeline and knowing how our staff works, we should know by probably June 1 if we're going to put a question on the ballot, because that gives us enough time to prepare the staff memo, to get the ordinance or resolution drafted, and to get it before council for a vote and to get public comment on that. So this is all because we have to certify the ballot by September 5th with the Secretary of State. Any questions on just that general timeline in the ballot process? Mayor.
Well, we obviously had a lot of charter recommendations from the committee, and we deliberately didn't put them all up to a vote last election because the ballot was already so long. Is there a plan for us to discuss some of the additional ones that we put off to future years?
Yes. Next slide. And thank you, Kelly. Checks in the mail. Last year's ballot was really long and we were pretty aggressive putting 7 questions on the ballot. We had our charter ballot questions, and then the DA also had a question on his term limits for Broomfield voters. So it was, and that was on top of the other huge ballot that we had, multiple page ballot. So these are the ones that were voted on last year. The only one that wasn't approved was lengthening the term of office from the mayor from 2 years to 4 years. That's the only one that wasn't approved. Of our questions, the DA's term limit question failed also. Next slide. As the mayor mentioned, there were other recommendations from the Charter Review Committee about suggested changes to the charter. Actually, James, is that chart from May 2024 that's underlined hyperlinked on your version? Can you click on that? In the staff packets, because I know this is bringing up, let's dusting off the old conversations on this. In the staff packets, when we were talking about the 2024 ballot questions, we had created a chart that really went through each of the changes. Some of the ones that still remain are this general update, changing municipal to city and county, or Broomfield, get rid of the transitional provisions. We wanted to add references to the Broomfield Constitutional Amendment. And there were some other big substantive changes, such as addressing changes to ward mapping, how we handle vacancies in an elected office, powers of council, code of ethics, There was some updates on council's procedure, emergency ordinance. We talked about, if emergency ordinances the recommendations that emergency ordinances go into effect immediately rather than 7 days. There's all those sorts of changes. Next slide. Few more I'm sorry, if you could go back to the slides, I apologize. Some other changes were, we wanted to change the charter provisions on boards and commissions to address alternates, to also allow people to serve on more than one board. We had suggested changes on the finance and budget sections, on intergovernmental agreements, maybe changing that from 2/3 vote to a majority vote, like other contracts. And that's generally, go back one slide. And that's generally the changes. So Mayor, to your point, there still is a lot of recommendations from the Charter Review Committee and changes from a staff perspective that are important to us to just make our charter a living document in 2025. So it is council's decision if they want to put anything on the 2025 ballot. This is a ballot with officers, with you all getting elected this year. So that might be a reason to do questions, to not do questions, to defer them next year. But if we could have a short discussion now, if there seems to be a consensus one way or the other, that'd be great to get direction today. If not, we can try to schedule it sometime in the future.
Are you asking for direction on which ones?
No, just, do you want to do it? Because if you do want to do it, then I will prepare for a bigger discussion with that chart, what's still left, refresh everybody's memory with some of the information that's out there, and then we can get formal. So pretty much the question is, do we want to put something on the ballot this year? Are we worried about ballot fatigue from last year? Are we worried about any issues with officers being on the ballot? What's your thoughts? Or do we want to wait for 2026? We knew this was going to be a multi-year process when we started the charter review. Do
I think there are certain issues or questions from what the charter committee recommended that I think we should put on the ballot this year. I do think there are others we should wait till subsequent years, but I do think there are some that would be appropriate for this upcoming election.
Anybody opposed? There's the easy way, okay. Let's have a
Anybody say
conversation.
Nancy doesn't want to draft ballot questions this year? No, I'm actually happy
Are
to
you
draft them.
opposed? That's okay then, we don't have to do it.
No, I'm not, I am kidding. Actually, drafting ballot questions is not that challenging and sort of easy because we have the language, because the Charter Review Committee actually did some very specific work and with the changes they wanted to see made. I guess then, I will work with the mayor pro tem and the city manager on when can we have a more robust discussion. And before we have that, I will get you a pretty comprehensive email to reflect your recollection of what we discussed before. So, to your point, Councilmember Ward, everybody's ready at that study session to say, this is the one I want to see this year, or this is the one I don't want to see. And we'll go back to using that chart. I think that'll be helpful. Other than that, if you hear of other people interested in putting ballot questions, feel free to share that slide on initiative and referendum or direct them to me. I'd be happy to talk to people about our process in Broomfield. It is a charter defined issue, so it's possible that Westminster is different or Arvada is different. So I'm happy to talk to residents about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next.
Faster than I expected, sorry. Thank you for this. Next slide, please. So as you can tell, at the end of the day, we've kind of shifted into looking at the outlook to 2025 and into the future. And Mayor, you set me up nicely with this statement earlier about what is coming down the pike. So what we know is that we are going to be impacted by the policies made at the federal and state level. To what level, how it impacts us in the magnitude, we don't know. And so we just want to share that with everyone. We are continuing to monitor, but we won't know what is needed until really it happens. So that's on our radar. The second thing that Jen mentioned earlier is we're facing a $1 billion deficit at the state right now. And that has changed the legislative session for you that are following along. We are seeing a lot less bills, in play right now. We're over 300, but many of them are stopping at the finance committee because of large fiscal notes. There's just not money to fund, any new ideas right now at the state. So, that will also impact us because they're getting budget creative. That's what I like to call it. They are finding money wherever they can. Or there's a lot of local control bills where it passes unfunded mandates down to the local governments to make up for those deficits. So we're actively monitoring those bills. We'll be giving you a full legislative update on Tuesday, but that will trickle down to us as a city and county. And here's a great example of how it's already trickling down. So in the past years, you all know we've seen a lot more local control bills. So what you see up here, I'm not going to read them all, but these were legislative changes or mandates that have just happened in the last 1 or 2 years that staff is actively having to work on right now to make sure that we meet the new laws. So you can see some examples up here. Probably the most recent one is the digital accessibility requirements and the transit-oriented communities ordinance changes that you have seen and heard about over the last year. Next slide. And then we've talked a lot about financial capacity, and Heidi, we were just talking about staff capacity with AI. So we wanted to just share where we are with meeting and staff capacity looking into 2025. So in review of our council meetings, they are all very full. So outside of next Tuesday, we're looking at full agendas throughout the year, and our study sessions are also full. That doesn't include the calendar that you all approved at the end of the year last year for 2025, did not include those 3 additional study sessions for the budget that have been mentioned a few times today. So we'll be working on getting those scheduled and notifying council and the public about those. And then we just wanted to flag, so any new programs or initiatives or policy discussions, we're gonna have to find new meeting spaces to have those discussions as we really are at capacity within that time. And I think that's everything for me, so I'll pass it over to Dan.
As Anna said earlier, she's one of the deputy city and county managers. I am the other one. She's the better looking, smarter one, but next slide, please. I get the dubious honor of kind of closing out the last couple of slides and talking about things that, as we went through the last few days, putting all of these slides together and talking about this, it was kind of organic that a lot of this stuff was already talked about. So I'm going to kind of go through it quickly and then have an opportunity for some feedback from council, and then turn it over to Jen to close us out. Looking into 25, just kind of our critical daily operations. We've got the ERP. Graham talked a little bit about that. Just a little more on the ERP. We actually put together staff teams internally. All of the departments are working on it. All the department heads have been involved. We've got what's called pit crews, project management teams. So this is a big undertaking. This is a lot of work. And this is one of those other things that, other duties as assigned, right? So as we start putting together an ERP for our entire city and county operations, it takes a lot of extra work and a lot of extra, staff time. Organizational strategic plan, Danae should have talked about that. She's kind of our champion for that. We're putting together our first ever strategic plan for our staff. This is an internal plan. That's why it's intentionally called the organizational strategic plan. This plan will really set up our mission, our vision, our values for our staff. We use feedback from our staff surveys. We've conducted focus groups. We're continuing to do this work. So you'll hear more about this as we advance. We should be done with that this year. There's a really cool, I don't know if we've shared that, but we should share with council the really cool kickoff video that we did for the organizational strategic plan. And I think that's important because that gives us all kind of a guiding light, right? That North Star that we're all working towards, our goals, our mission, vision. So that'll be transformational for organization. And then kind of what I refer to as the whirlwind or the standard operating, all of the things that we do every day, all the time. These are things that are initiatives. These are things that consistently we do, right? So the comprehensive plan, the community survey every 2 years. Quickly on the community survey, that will be going out on February 24th. It will close on March 14th. It's about a 3-week time frame. Then we'll get all the results back. Magellan, that is our company that's administering that, will process all the results. Staff will have an opportunity to review that, and then we'll bring that to council, probably sometime in May. Once we get everything in and calculated and tabulated, we'll do a report for you in May. Our annual general fund budget process, that's the one that you guys see all of the presentations on, and we go through that, and we start to talk about our budget process isn't a couple of months here and there, it's all year long. As soon as we're done finalizing our budget, we're starting on the next year's budget. So that's something that we do year round. Again, same thing with the utility enterprise. And then we have significant capital projects that you heard quite a bit about today. And then the Broomfield Event Center redevelopment. So again, standard operating things that we're doing all the time. Next slide, please. And these are the council directed 25 projects that we're working on now. This morning, we were talking at the table about kind of an analogy to use, right? And I was thinking of a couple of different analogies, but the kind of a construction analogy that's a good one is we're building a neighborhood and we've got several construction crews out there and they're all building houses, but then we add a bunch more houses and don't add to the crew or don't add to the budgets. Pretty soon those crews are spread really thin, the quality goes down, the time frame is longer. So as we start looking at this operationally or projects that we're working on, it really does become that, as Jen talks about, it's not reprioritizing, it's really what are we gonna give up so that we can add. The other fun story that I was thinking of is my mother-in-law flies quite a bit. She's retired, and my father-in-law worked in the airline industry forever, so they get passes, but she's on standby, right? So if that plane is full, she gets bummed. The only way she gets on that plane is if somebody else gets off, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about with our projects. And I don't need to go through the whole list of these, but I can hit on a couple. We've got the rollout of our contracted residential waste service, and that's happening next month. It's already February, that's crazy. The rate assistance fund program, that began this month. Again, that's with our utility rates going up. I'll go through a couple of these. RV long-term parking, that's a study session coming up in April. The council compensation, Attorney Rogers and I were just talking about that. You'll be seeing that soon. Immigration services assessment, our DEI team is working on that to bring back to you in June. Value-based contracting, medium high density zoning updates. And then the spring study session regarding the budget that we'll have in May. So you can see that's kind of our, there's another video, right, where the guy fills up a jar with golf balls and says, this is all your important stuff. And then he pours marbles on top of that, and then sand on top of that, and water on top of that. That's really what we're talking about here. Our jar is full. So we're gonna have to start making decisions on operationally where we go, what we can do, what we can't do, and how that whirlwind kind of gets settled. So that's the end of my slides. I'll answer questions if you have any, and then Manager Hoffman, I think, is gonna come back up and close us out for today. No questions?
So it's a little slice of reality this morning. Mayor Pro Tem, may I share the message? Yes. So Council, Mayor Pro Tem sent me a note and said, reality check. And that's exactly what it is. Let's not get lost from a closeout perspective of what has been accomplished thus far. The fact that we have been able to navigate and maneuver and be so solid financially. I know that you all, I'm sure, particularly with the mayor, congratulations, by the way, the first Broomfield mayor that is chairing the Metro Mayors, which is a huge opportunity for her to gather additional opportunities that others are having, how they are going to manage this fiscal environment that we find ourselves in the ecosystem. And that ecosystem is one of discipline, and that is uncomfortable. You don't hear, as we do from other communities, cuts from FTEs, cuts from services, or freezing positions. We want to make sure that our service levels continue. We want to make sure that we are delivering what our community is expecting us to deliver. And in order to do that, we have to do what those first 3 slides indicated. We have to pay attention to where we are, what we've obligated, what we are committed to, what we are mandated to do before we review and or take anything additional on, not just from a dollar perspective. And part of that conversation is, as Dan just said, if there are additions, what isn't going to go? So we are living in the reallocation, not reprioritization.
I have a question.
Of course.
Well, so as everyone knows, last year we were kind of surprised by learning that our water enterprise was getting close to insolvent. And it's been part of a process of discovery of, oh, we didn't know about this, we didn't know about this, peeling back the onion. Do we feel confident that we peeled back enough of the onion so that we won't be getting any more of those surprises?
That is such a loaded question, and surprises internally, yes. External forces, more so. Again, we're stable, but fragile, and part of that fragility is part of that accommodating that consistent unknown. So it's just like your home pocketbooks, you don't want to budget right up until that line. Again, and tapping into the reserves, we've worked very hard to get those reserves. We've worked very hard to have that ratio between residential and commercial. Now comes the discipline piece. To your point, Mayor, are we 95% confident that we have inventoried, actuated the current business development agreements and those historical and built that into the budget for the handoffs? Yes.
Well, then let's talk about the external factors, because as a county, we are required to provide those health and human services. If those funds, those federal funds are somehow cut off or frozen or tied up in litigation, is there any way that we could absorb those costs and still provide the services?
That's part of the conversation. Do we have that built in the budget? No. Just like we don't have additional policy implementations or projects. I don't think there's any conceivable way to be able to accommodate the environment that we're in right now with regards to the federal government. There isn't an absorption amount to be able to prepare for that. Right now, we stay the course and we remain disciplined. Part of where we are right now is understanding those business development agreements, understanding the enterprise, understanding what the approved development means, short-term and long-term. And it brings us to a comprehensive view, which is why the recommendation, the strong recommendation, is to remain vigilant without ads. So again, it's the 36-month process to get us to where we are with regards to accommodating. And now we're not taking anybody else to the dance.
Have we been impacted yet with the federal funding debacle that's happening right now?
No, we have not, and I think a part of, again, we talk about resiliency. Resiliency is exhausting. I don't think we're at resiliency anymore, you know, again, we talk about buoyancy, which is how long can you hold your breath? So, when the, proverbial hand, whatever hand that is, you're going to go under the water. So whether it's by your choice, or the state government's $1 billion in the red, coupled with, kind of that unknown outcome from what's gonna happen on the federal level, our community, when we say stable, we mean stable. And again, that's not jazz hands fun, but for those of us that do it every day, stability is a really place of strength that we find ourselves in. Many of our other city and counties do not find themselves in this, not because of one decision, not because of 2 or 3 or 4. So again, accommodating additional is not where we are, because we don't want to become unstable. So it's incumbent upon us to be really aware. Councilmember Leslie, I know had talked to Jeff about when we get additional information from the federal piece, that understanding of if in fact there are, whether it be grants and or federal funding that we become either reliant on, particularly for our infrastructure. But the indication is that there will be additional funds for certain infrastructure, water being one of them. There are conversations about not being heavily reliant on matching funds, that those grants would just be granted. So being prepared to take advantage of any opportunities also that come. So there's a piece of preparing for the threats, right, and the concerns. But we don't want to get so far bogged down into the what ifs that we don't remain actively engaged in seizing the opportunities that will come.
Is this like open question?
Yeah.
Or- Yeah, I do have a question. With the caveat that no feedback I say unless it's a request for future action is actually, with that understanding.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, so when we look at the cost of a development or the potential gain, I've wondered, because I've always had to do this calculation by myself, like the cost per acre or the revenue per acre. And I'm wondering, I feel like that's an important thing to have readily available, because maybe you could have something like, not to dunk on any big box retailers, but a big box retailer, perhaps like the cost per acre or the revenue per acre is actually lower than like a smaller development with some local stuff going on.
Sure.
And it's just nice information to have. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't approve something.
Sure.
But it would be very interesting to see that data. And I'm wondering, is that something that we look at? Is that something we're interested in? And again, knowing this feedback
Yeah.
is not a real request.
Yes, and.
I was gonna say, so if you do by square foot, if you can manage to go in different parts of the community, there's more land where like a 10,000 square foot building would be. We've been doing it by square foot, but we do have the land area also, so it's an easy calculation for us to start increasing. But one of the things and I'm speaking a little bit for Anna too, so correct me please. But the densification is one of the things that is that variable within that. So when you create a variable that says it's so much per acre, we're not necessarily paying attention to densification, and maybe occurring in one part of the community versus the other. So the example would be over on the west side of 36, we have a much more dense development pattern right now than we have in other parts of the community. So we can provide both, and you'll be able to see that metric that way. And because it's been a value that you've all expressed to us is densify, make transit work.
Yeah, densify, and I mean, sometimes in some communities, I don't know about ours, the math kind of works out where you're, most of the time, your working class areas on a per acre basis actually have more value than your like more sprawling development. And it's, I'm not saying it's necessarily the case here, but that's kind of how most of the time the data actually works out.
And I would just say one thing that some of the council members have been on since, I think it was 2000, probably 2000. There was this weird diagram that Anna and I ended up producing that we were throwing around. It was basically a bunch of these Venn charts and other things, but we're showing the dense development was different in different parts of the community. And because there was a fair amount of conversation in the community that we have one size fits all kind of an approach, and that's what we wanted to say, is it's different places are different ways. And so we're attuned to that and recognize that. So yeah.
That's 2020, not
Was it 2020?
I was gonna say, wait, what?
Makes you feel older now. Thank you, Mayor.
Kitty, did you have a question?
Oh,
You scrubbing it? Saying, man, I'm sure glad we're done early.
No, we still got plenty of time, right?
We do.
Yeah.
Well, nothing else from the good of the order. I guess we answered everybody's questions, and I really want to thank you and our entire staff for really giving us a good, predictive outlook and, level setting. So we have a good picture of what we have, you know, the future is gonna look like. So thank you to all of you.
Rest of a really good rest of the weekend.
Get some rest.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Thank you all.
All right.